blue. Love from Zanzibar.
Guys, this is how I look. The glow hits different. So I'm right here in Zanzibar, Muchamvi, and this place is a very popular place. Behind me is called the Rock Restaurant. Everybody talks about the Rock Restaurant. I'm here to have lunch and also experience what Zanzibar is all about. Everybody talks about the place, and so I want to also experience the Rock Restaurant. So today in this vlog you're going to be experiencing the whole entire place with me. It's not too far from my hotel. It took us about 10 minutes drive, which cost us about $10, which I know guys, we could have had it cheaper if we knew, but I mean I wouldn't have paid that in my own country, but yeah, we are on vacation, so let's go, let's enjoy the food. So the first impression here is there are a lot of seaweeds in front of the restaurant. We booked for 2 and it's 1:30. I don't know if we should go or we should just take some few pictures here. This place is beautiful. It rained last night, so it's not too bright, but yeah, that's the experience here. And yeah, so the tides are currently low. On a normal day, I hear here is filled with the ocean water. Sorry. Oh, you can pass. That's okay. So yeah, and the water is blue like I saw in the Mamba Island yesterday. The place is beautiful, so I can't wait to dine, and you all are going to come along, so taking the black rice with prawns, 50 and tomatoes. It costs $27 together with red granita, which is $8. I'm not going to do starter, so I'm going straight to the main course. So we've ordered lunch, and it's quite a very small restaurant just on the rock. So this is how it looks like here. There are a lot of foreigners here, so this is how it looks. Cheers guys.
Papadere.
Yeah.
chicken skewer. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is how my pasta looks like. I didn't expect it to come like this, but I can't wait to dig in. Yours looks so good.
Yes, chicken skewers and potatoes.
Look at the way you're happy.
Yes, because I'm hungry. I came for the food.
So yeah, you all are invited. Wish me luck. I can't wait. I told them I wanted it spicy, so I hope it's very spicy. So I'm trying my husband's, what's it called? Skewers. Chicken skewers. It's good, but it's not spicy. I just finished lunch here at the Rock restaurant. It's quite a very small restaurant, so when you come and the tides are low, like today, you have to remove your slippers. So don't bother coming with sneakers or shoes. Just come here with slippers, long jeans. You can just wear something short, a short dress with sandals or slippers. And the ocean behind me is so beautiful, very, very, very beautiful. If I had the drone shots, you would have seen it better. But unfortunately, my drone, it didn't happen. So yeah, but the food was good. Nee, how was your food?
That was good.
It was good. So my food was good, and for I mean, you know, I always say that whenever you are in a foreign country and you want your food like an African, you need to tell them you want it spicy. So I told them I wanted it spicy. I changed my mind to having the pasta, and it was really good. I enjoyed the seafood, and I mean, it's close to the sea, so why not have seafood? So yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here. Let me know in the comment section so far which of the videos has been your favorite. Are you enjoying this honeymoon stroke vacation stroke, you know, you get a vibe? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Guys, the architecture of this place is amazing. The thought of this, I love it. The fact that the building is sitting on the rock alone is an awesome experience. I will encourage everyone, whenever you're in Zanzibar, make it a point, book a date, either lunch or dinner, come spend some good time here, and I promise you, you won't regret. I had a good time here, and I know you're definitely going to have a good time here too. So until next time, I love you all. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. Guys, I'm in Nairobi. The weather is cold, but I wanted to look sexy. So how do you like my outfit for the day? Let me know if you like it. So I'm here with Liz. I'll introduce her to you later. And we are going to the Giraffe Center. We are going to see giraffe. It's going to be my first experience with the giraffe, and you're coming along with me. Hi Liz, come and say hello to my subscribers. Hello!
Hi guys, my name is Liz and I'm so excited to take her around Nairobi. It's her first time here and we're excited.
Very much excited. So, what's your YouTube channel name?
the Beba Beba show. It's a couple show where I celebrities in a car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So kindly do well to subscribe to her YouTube channel. She's showing me some love in Kenya. Guys, show her some love too.
Yes.
Tell her Stella Chanelli, thank you.
And follow me on Instagram, Liz Jackson.
I can see you're a celebrity on Instagram. So guys, let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
So our Uber just came. And hello, how are you doing? How are you? Said 520.
Thank you. Can I put it?
Yes, give me change. No, don't keep all.
Yeah. You don't want me to keep the change?
He wants to keep the change. Yes, I'm a broke girl. I don't have money. Johnny,
Good, son.
how are you?
I'm fine.
We are here to see the giraffes.
Yeah, welcome to
Thank
see. Even the giraffe were there waiting for you.
The giraffes are waiting for me.
Yeah.
He says the giraffes are waiting for us
Yeah, all the way from Nigeria.
from Ghana.
Ghana, all the way
Yes.
from Ghana. The giraffe from Kenya, East Africa waiting for you.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay, you just walk here.
Say Asante.
Asante. Asante.
Yeah, you know, for us, we can't differentiate a Ghanaian and Nigerian accents.
Oh,
We
you
sound the
can't.
same.
We
Yeah.
sound the same.
Yeah, we sound the same.
So my Nigerian friends, they say we sound the same. We pay cash. You don't do cash? Wow. This is the first time. They don't do cash here. So whilst here to make payments, they don't take cash. They don't take cash here. They only take card and then
Mobile money.
mobile money.
Yeah, M-Pesa.
M-Pesa. So I had to give her cash to use her mobile money to make payments for us. And so yeah, this is the receipt.
Yeah, so it's 1900 for her. It's a little bit more
Expensive because I'm a
Yeah.
foreigner. Yeah, I
So
paid 1,500.
1500, 1500. For me, it's for for me, it's
400.
400. So in total, 1900. Yeah.
Oh, these are the giraffes. Yes, it's good, yeah. So what is it?
Cereal pellets.
Cereal
Yeah,
pellets.
Yeah.
Oh, can I have more? Because I want to feed them a lot.
No. This is not a main
on a
meal
diet.
for the giraffe.
Oh, okay.
Snacks.
It's just a snack.
Yeah, they need to be feeding on the leaves and grass. Otherwise, if they have a lot of it, because they feed the whole day, from
Okay.
9 to 5. And you can imagine if you have like 200 guests,
Mm.
it's not very good.
Oh,
So we
okay.
must manage. And them, they can never get enough of it. So
They
if you don't
always
control
eat.
it for them, yeah. They will continue eating and eating.
Eating.
And eating and, yeah.
Wow.
So it's we also have to take care of them so that tomorrow they're able to come.
Yeah.
So she has hers and I have mine. Cheers.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Wow. That's a very long time. Are you getting pictures?
If you go like this, it's licks
Okay. So this is very exciting. I have fed the giraffe some, and there's some more yet to feed them. So, I mean. Yay! This is exciting. This is my first time seeing a giraffe in real life, and so it's very exciting. Like, look at him. He's so tall. Like, they're so huge. Wow. Wow, God is good. Daisy is giving up on me. She's going. So they have to call her Daisy. Oh, this is a good girl. Take pictures, please. Can I touch it?
But this one, then you have to trick her. You have to trick her to getting something.
You have to try it. Are you scared? Oh, are you scared? Let me take yours and feed her. Is she the only one? I saw 2 earlier.
There are 12.
They are 12.
Yeah.
They are 12.
But they all came inside, so they come here when they want to.
They come here when they want to. When they want snacks, that's when they come. Oh, okay. Please take pictures of her too.
Don't be afraid. Just do this. If you're afraid, then do this. If you don't want it to this, you just do that.
Why are you scared? So Liz is scared.
You can get to 45 centimeters, so if you don't want it to get to it, it still will get to it. You should see all your photos. God.
No, take a little bit by little.
Just take a little.
Little. Small.
Center, we have 12 giraffes. Mainly what we do is breeding of the Rothschild.
Okay.
So these species are called the Rothschild giraffes and they're endangered. We have 3 species of giraffes in Kenya: the Rothschild, the reticulated, and the Maasai.
Okay.
So for the Rothschild, they were mostly found in the western part of Kenya. And since the people who live there are mostly cultivators, farmers, they cut down their habitat and started poaching them. That's why they became endangered. And this center was started at first as a rescue center, but now it's a breeding center for them. So once the young ones get to 3 years, 2-3 years, we relocate them back to the wild.
How old is she?
Betty is 21 years right now. She's
and
the
Daisy?
oldest. Daisy is 13 years.
Oh.
Now. So we have also we have one named Stacy, and another one called Kelly, and now Ed, the one you saw, the male.
The male.
Yes. And then they have 6 young ones.
She's so pretty. Guys, take a closer look. She's the oldest. Oh. Unless I bribe her with a meal, she's not going to come closer. Can I have a little meal just to bribe her? So this is just a little, so that I can get it. Yeah. What's her name? Betty? 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 Aww. Aww, this is so pretty. So it's actually very cold. I just took off my jacket just because I wanted to look cute for the gram. And so I mean, there are a lot of videos and pictures of the giraffe places you could see. One of them that I see that is very expensive, I can't afford, is Giraffe Manor, and she is telling me it is just behind this building. And so most people, I mean, it's the same giraffe that that people feed from there. And so yeah, it's so exciting. It's so exciting to see giraffe, and it's like my first time, and like I'm like wow. So this is the main food the giraffe usually eats: grass, and it's lunchtime. So they have like a nature trail. We can just go. It's free. It's free. So yeah, we are going to walk into nature. Oh my goodness. Here they are just trees and their names. So it's just a trail you can just walk, take pictures, take videos. So this is how it looks like. Do you know that it's like this is like my first time seeing a giraffe?
And that's like, I can't even believe that, because in Kenya it's normal to see giraffes, elephants, lions. Like there's nothing fancy
Special,
about
yeah. Can you imagine? You see, this is what you get when you travel. Like, it's so amazing. Like, she sees it as normal. She was telling me earlier on that where she lives is like the outskirts of town, and then you'll be walking and you're like
elephants. They're just next to Mount Kenya Forest.
Oh,
Like
okay.
seeing an elephant is something
Normal.
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't have elephants in Ghana?
Oh yeah, we do have elephants, especially in the northern part of Ghana. We do. Yeah.
Do you have like safari?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, we do. You can check my YouTube video.
I'll binge watch it.
So, when I was researching places to see in Kenya, one of the places that I saw was Giraffe Manor, and this is just behind the giraffe. Come along with me. It's just behind the giraffe center, and it's very expensive online. It's about $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah, and it's the same giraffe that we just fed.
Imagine. So it's actually cheaper to come here, but I think it's the same thing.
Yeah,
same
it's online. It's the same experience. Waking up to feed the giraffes and all that. I mean, next time when I come here, I don't mind paying that.
Come with
too.
$1,000.
Yeah. Alright, guys. So this brings us to the end of this video. Thanks to Liz. She made my. Do want to subscribe to their YouTube channel too. Hey guys, it's so cold. Like it's very
so
cold.
chilly,
Yeah, it's so chilly. Their cold is different. It's a little bit cold and chilly.
Chilly.
Yeah, it's like even when the sun is scorchy, it's still chilly. Yeah. So this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you are enjoying my time in Nairobi, Kenya. Until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you all. Say, I love you all.
I love you all.
Mwah.
Mwah.
So guys, where we were to the junction, there are no taxis and it's very expensive with Uber. So yeah, we are going to get some food.
Come with us. We are on a?
What?
We are on our what?
Buddha.
Boda.
Yeah. We are on a Boda.
Yeah.
Boda. Bye bye.
Now, me. Obek canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
History says they carried this bell from Keta, the port of Keta.
Okay.
Human beings, they have to carry. In those days, they were walking.
Thank you.
Yeah. It has a ringing tone, which the community people, they are aware of.
Okay.
So when they ring it, they know what the bell is saying.
Okay.
It's telling them.
Okay.
Welcome to People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. Today on our Mejope tour series, we take a look at the oldest church in the Avatime traditional area, the EP Church. Let's go meet our guest who's on the other side, and then we'll get right to the conversation. See you in a bit.
So it happened that somewhere in 1886, the first white men or Germans traveled to Amejope through Bajeme. They climbed the hill. Actually, they traveled from Ho on foot to Jokwe, going to Nkonya area. Then they happened to settle at Jokwe, Old Town. There they saw the mountain range and they asked whether it is accessible. Okay. And they told them, yes, it is accessible. So there were natives, first convicts. One, Mr. Jacob Anku, who was baptized by the Bassa mission at Mayira in Accra, near Accra, and Jokoto. So they settled at Jokwe and they named the place Jerusalem. Because they were baptized, they don't want to mingle with their relatives. In those days, there was nothing like Jesus in our area here. So it's all fetishing traditional worship. So that's how come the Germans took Reverend Siege and Reverend Spitz. They travel on foot through Bajeme. You can see the hill, then to Amejope. They passed the night here. Okay. So due to the weather and no mosquito bite during the night, they decided that they'll pass another day here. Okay. So they feel comfortable here. The weather was good. And they asked the chief whether they'll have access to the people to talk to them. And
to share the word.
To share the word. Lo and behold, there was some gentleman in the town who also happened to work for some German at Keta in those days. He was a translator. You know, if a white-skinned person arrived and they have not seen it before, everybody was afraid. And they said, they ran to the man. His name is Setafia. They ran to him that he should come and see. Maybe he will know something about them and he understand the German language. So they brought Setafia, a native of Aminjope, and he translated what the people want to tell the natives. So they feel happy. So the first visit was in 1886. They went back, and their second coming was in 1889. That was where the work actually started. The missionary work started in Amijope, 1889.
Our tour guide for today is Mr. Ajato. He's an indigene of Amijope and a presbyter of the EP Church. And you heard him telling us how the EP Church started in the Vatime traditional area, specifically Amijope. I learned so much on this production, and I can't wait for you to learn too. So make sure you stay with us till the end.
From the beginning, the chiefs and elders, they accepted them into the community. But you know, it was very hard because to throw away their fetishing and traditional worship is very hard. But gradually, they had the people to follow them. So the first converts who accepted Jesus Christ, they gave them land here. Okay. And we call here Bethel.
Okay. Till today?
Till today. Okay. This is the Bethel area. In Amijope, we have 5 clans. Okay. But Bethel is a no man's clan. So people from all the 5 clans, if you accept Jesus Christ, they'll give you a portion here and you put up your building here. They'll give you a portion, you put up your building at Bethel here. That's come, this area is all Bethel. The first worship place that they put up is the one there where, near the blue building roof, you see some white iron sheet on a corrugated one. Yes. That was the first worship place they put up.
Okay. Okay. So that's
the first worship EP Church.
Okay. Right.
We call it today Gbedohohoho Old Chapel.
Okay.
Old Chapel.
Okay. Is it still in use?
Yes, we still
use
it.
It's still a church.
It's still a church. So children, Sunday school children, yes, children ministry, they worship there. Okay. Yes, they worship there.
This is the first church building Mr. Ajato spoke about.
It is stones. They came here to meet stones. So stones plus bent bricks. Okay. That was used for all this building. Stones.
Oh, that's why it's still very strong.
Yes.
Okay. But do you intend to break this?
No. This one, we have no plan of touching it. All we want to do is, if maybe we get funds, we renovate it. We renovate. And the roofing, you see, as it's corrugated iron. We renovate it in a modern way. And use this place for children's service and then tourist center. We can bring in all the old artifacts of the Germans, we can bring them here and keep them here. Recently, you see, as children, they are learning here. They put their hands on this old machine and all got spoiled.
Oh, okay.
The early organs. Yes. Now it's not in a good form again. And all these things, the pulpit, all these things, where you write the hymns, They were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it. These are some of their handiworks. How the early carpenters, they were taught to construct these things, build a cupboard. So it's all church items. The culture of maintenance.
Now let's get back to the conversation.
At the 50th celebration, Jubilee celebration in Amijope, when the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
50th
anniversary.
Of the church.
Yes, after 1889. You count down 50 years, then they constructed this staircase. Yes. Okay. And then come and see where the trees are, and you see a pink building there. Yes. That's the mission house.
Okay.
Where pastor's residence.
Was it also built 50 years
50
ago?
years.
Okay. Wow.
By Reverend R.S. Kwame. So he put up that building as the pastor's residence, and then the staircase here.
The same person?
Yes.
Okay.
Under his leadership.
Okay.
Because before they put up the training, the missionary center, training catechists and evangelists to go out and propagate the gospel. So this was their station, which is now College of Education.
Oh, okay.
And that was the first station where they put up the buildings, training evangelists and catechists to go out and propagate the gospel.
So it used to solely be for training of...
Yes, seminary.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mission
before
seminary.
It was
converted to the college.
Okay. So in the beginning, when the staircase was built, was it for the church?
For the church.
So the staircase was built at the same time the church was built?
At the same time when they were putting up the building. They were constructing the staircase.
Okay.
But it wasn't like this. Okay. I came to meet the constructor or the mason who put it in a better shape. Okay. Yes.
Okay. So for the staircase, how many steps do we have in total?
At first it was about 60 something, but when they restructure it, now only we can count before we know.
Okay. Is there a particular reasoning behind this tall staircase?
Well, actually it was coinciding with the 75th anniversary. They should make it to celebrate the 75th, Silver Jubilee, something like that. Okay. Yes.
But is it easy for everybody to climb the staircase, especially because there are quite a number of elderly people in the community?
Yes, it will wonder you to see elderly people climbing these stairs, just as if it is an exercise for them. And before we come to church here, sometimes you see elderly people, they are already seated before we come.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting. Yes.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal for them. Those who cannot, sometimes they go round the cave and turn that way and enter the chapel.
So what else is there to know about the EP Church?
Okay, the EP Church here in Amijope, it was a blessing to the community. For in that when the Germans came, they didn't come only with the Bible, they came with trade. I'll call it apprenticeship, people to learn handiwork so that they'll do their own work and get food for themselves. In that case, they brought people who were knowledgeable in blacksmithing.
Okay.
Blacksmithing, they brought it to us. Carpentry, they brought it to us. Masonry, they brought it to us. Before our fathers, they were putting up the building, but they didn't know the architect of it. So how to lay the block in a nice manner, or to build the block they brought bent bricks. So when they came, they would go to a pit, dig it, the clay, and they make some oven, they will fire it, then the bricks, they will bend it. So the German brought that technology, making of bricks, bent bricks, very hard. And they used some for building this very building.
Okay, so some part of the church building is made from bricks.
Bricks. I may say this one totally is bricks.
Wow.
Land crate bricks.
Okay.
Until somewhere in 1980s, we pulled the back side, just a portion of it away, to use the new technology of this, our cement bricks, before we realized that it was bent bricks.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. We were the youth in those days, running about and doing that job. Okay. Yes.
Okay,
so it's all bent bricks.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Ajato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
Apart from bringing skilled jobs to us, then education also.
Okay.
For setting up the first senior school, or basic, which we call today primary school, it was set up here. So all communities around, they will come here to Amejope to attend school.
Okay.
From the basic to in those days we call it senior school. So the first boys senior school was established in Amejope here.
Wow.
In our every land here, in the central here.
Which is?
The middle school. Now middle school, gradually to now junior high school. Yes, so it was solely a boys.
Middle school.
Amejope Middle School.
Okay.
Then they set up the girls' school, basic school, middle school at Bajeme.
Oh, okay.
Bajeme.
Which is close to Amejope.
Yes, which is close to Amejope. Okay. So we benefited a lot from that. You know, education brings what? Eye-open, prosperity and everything, enlightenment to the community. Yes. Amejope today can boast of about, if we count every house here, you'll get about 3 teachers from every home. So we can boast about 1,000 teachers from Amejope alone, scattered all over Ghana.
Okay, so we'll pause for a little here. Yeah. We'll come back to the conversation with our presbyter of the EP Church. He's telling us all we need to know about the church. We'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back. Let's just continue with the conversation. So, Presbyter Ajato
Eli.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this is quite an old edifice.
Yes.
Is it still relevant today?
Oh, no, we are not attending church service here any longer. Somewhere in 2013, we decided to move from here and put up a new edifice that will suit the community and cater for even the college so that any graduation they can have it here.
So that was in 2013.
2013.
You moved from here?
Yes.
To a new church?
A new place.
Was it built?
Yeah, we built it's just an alternative center so that we put up this place. We gave ourselves, within 3 years, we want to put up a new chapel.
You want to pull this down?
We pull this down
and create a new chapel.
A new chapel here. So you can see the foundation for the new chapel.
Okay,
we want to pull this old edifice down and build a new chapel here.
But is that not going to tamper with history?
Yes, really. So the elders of the town, the community, you know, they are they also have a stake in this. So the chief and elders came up that no, we should reserve it as a monument.
Okay.
Even if we will not worship here, we should reserve the German work as a monument here.
Okay.
By then, we have started the new foundation already. So that came in 2014, the job here stopped.
Okay.
And we move out.
Okay.
Now, we are not coming back and we want to continue the job. But lo and behold, the chief and elders also came, we sat down and we talked, and now they have agreed that we can continue the building. The work.
Okay. So is it that some part of this building will remain while you add a new one, or the entire building will go down and then a new one?
According to our plan, the entire building have to go down.
Okay.
Yeah. So since 2014, we left this place to know anybody attending to the building again. Okay. That's why you can see that some walls are caving in. Okay. They are caving in now.
Okay. But according to the new structure you have, is it going to look something like the old one, or it has a completely new face? A
completely new face. You can see from this brochure,
okay,
when we celebrated the 125th year in Amenjope, that was in 2014. We celebrated the 125th years of existence in Amenjope. Then we brought up this picture, that this will be the new look of the chapel.
Okay. So then it means that for now, anyone who wants to see how the old German church looks like has a period to come and do that before the church goes
before.
Down. Okay, all right. So that's it about the church, right? I understand there's also a German cemetery, which we'll be looking at in a little while. So let's just go along. Presbyter Ajato will show us where that is, and then the conversation will continue.
Thank you. One interesting thing too. The bells we have here.
Yes. They came up with the church.
Yes. The structure, we name it after Funke, Mrs. Louis Funke. The husband was a reverend here, reverend minister. This woman started the Bible.
Was she Ghanaian?
No, a German.
Oh, okay.
Okay. She started the Bible class.
Right.
What she did was to group the women in the church. Then after Sunday, or anytime she wish, once in the week, and plus Sunday, a chosen day in the week, plus Sunday, after church service, we group them and teach them the Bible.
Okay.
That's how come Bible studies. And then now it is known Bible class. Bible class.
Okay.
The old ladies, they'll go for the class in the evening, they study, and then you teach them sewing and knitting.
Okay.
So Bible class started in Amenjope.
Okay.
So during their 75th year in existence, the whole EP church in Ghana, they came here to celebrate it.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That's come the structure here in memory of Louis Funke.
So this was constructed during the 75th anniversary
of the Bible class.
Of the Bible class?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Of the Bible, existence of the Bible class.
So when the church was operational, they used to ring these bells.
These bells.
To call people to church.
To church.
Okay.
And the big bell there, they carry, history says they carry this bell from Keta, the port of Keta.
Okay.
Human beings. They have to carry, in those days they were walking.
Wow.
On foot. They have to carry the big one to, as far as from Keta through Waya, Adakulu, Adakulu Waya, to Ho, to Amenjope here.
That's a lot of work.
A lot of work.
Because it looks very...
And when they ring in, they told it, people at Logbatota, you see that village there, I mean that town, at the hillside there, it's called Logbatota.
Okay.
Yes. that community, they'll be hearing the bells.
All the way from
All
here?
the way from here.
Wow.
And from the beginning, they also travel here to attend church service.
Oh.
But gradually, as they establish the church there,
they now have an EP church.
EP church there. They will hear the bell, and they know it is time to wake up, to go to morning service. Okay. It is time to go to Sunday service from Amenjofe here.
Right.
This is the history of the bell.
So now that the church is going to be rebuilt,
yes,
is this bell still going to operate as it is? Or
yes.
Going to find
as at now, they are in use.
The bells?
Yes, every morning we have to toll it and go to morning service. And then it is the time giver for school children too. Oh. At 7 o'clock, it will toll. 7:30, it will toll. Then at 8 o'clock, they'll ring it.
Today?
Even today.
Wow.
So it's still in use.
I see.
It's still in use.
So wait, just a minute.
Yes.
So to use it, you have to pull.
You have to pull the string. Yes. Yeah, it has a ringing tone, which the community people, they are aware of. Okay. So when they ring it, they know what the bell is saying. Okay. It's telling them. Okay,
okay, so we are now on our way to the German
cemetery. Yes, a Bethel community. Then we go to the cemetery. We name it Missionary Cemetery. Because now, after the white men laid there, the first convicts and their families who passed away, they were also buried there. Okay. Then now, we are not using it as a major cemetery. Only for church agents, like the pastors. If somebody attained the position of a pastor, and is in the EP church, and is from a native from Amenjofe, we accord him that honor. Then we bury him there. If you are a catechist from Amenjofe, you pass away, we accord you that honor. We bury you there.
So it's more like a ceremonial graveyard.
All these areas are better. This is the area we call better. From the old chapel coming up here is all better. Better. An area given to the first Christians, converts. So we are now at the Missionary Cemetery. The rating shows Amenjofe EP Church in commemoration of its 75th years jubilee from 1889 to 1964. Yeah. Yes, as I was saying, the missionaries that passed away, the Germans, this one, for the interpretation or the written, I cannot tell, but it's one for the John Schrader.
Okay.
John Schrader. He passed away on the 15th March, 1864. This is also another. All these ones are all German. Yes, yes, of Germans. Then the first one is our great pastor. He was the first synod clerk for the EP Church. When the German left, the work was handed over to him.
He is a native of America.
He's a native. And he worked here. He established all the churches in the community.
Wow.
All the churches.
Even
from here to...
EP?
No, only EP.
Only EP, okay.
So formerly, Amenjofe was EP domain.
Okay.
Recently, in the 1970s, that other churches tried to come into Amenjofe. And as of now, we have about 9 different churches in Amenjofe. Okay. Yes.
But EP is the mother church.
Is the mother church. Robert Kwame. Reverend Robert Stephen Kwame.
Okay.
And this is the wife. Beta A. Kwame, the wife. Yeah. So recently, the family, they came back to reposition the grave. Yes. So these are all pastors from, church agents from Amenjofe who passed away. Yes. We have Reverend Atipi, the community chief, the town chief today. His father was a reverend minister. Yeah, Roland Kwame Atipi. Yeah. Then Reverend Samuel Jegbulo. The latest was Reverend Dacha. Okay, Dacha. Owen Dacha. Owen Kokuvi Dacha.
Okay.
Yeah. He passed away in 2017. I may say he is the last reverend minister in recent time. Yes.
Okay. So that's it about the history of the EP
Church in Amenjofe.
In Amenjofe.
Yes. The other side, I know maybe you may have captured it already. The erection of the cross.
Yes.
That one.
On Mount Gemi.
On Mount Gemi.
Yes. We got that in another episode, so you might want to check that out. The cross was mounted by the Germans.
The German.
Yes. During one of their anniversaries. We captured that. We went all the way up the mountain.
But Reverend Furinge.
You should try.
Furinge.
Yes. So you should try and catch up in that episode.
Yes.
Okay, so we have been doing this with Presbyter Eli Kwesi Ajato. He is with the EP Church and he's very conversant with the history of the church. Yes. You heard him tell us about how the church was constructed, how the Germans came in, all the things they helped the natives of this town accomplish, and the movement of the church, the redevelopment, and the plans to refurbish the church. So that's it about the oldest church in Amenjofe, the EP Church. And we are happy that you stayed with us throughout this class. We'll bring you another exciting episode of People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. Thank you, sir, for doing this video.
Thank you. You're welcome.
See you next time.
Honorable, John Mahama just launched his
anyone vying for the presidential, flag bearership race. Who do you endorse in this? There have been 3 people who have picked their nomination forms. Who are you in support with?
There have been 3 people?
Yes, there is one guy called Ernest Kobia for Kojo Bonsu and
yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah, so I've been saying that we praise John Mahama because of the record of achievements. The NDC is ahead of MPP, even in the minds of people before the voting is up, because they have seen the two and they have made a choice that we did better. We did all the roads. All the universities in Ghana, 90% of the universities in Ghana are built by NDC. John Dramani Mahama and Atta Mills built some new universities. Secondary schools, we built them. The roads, we did a lot. The hospitals, big hospitals, we have constructed them. Whatever you think of that is of magnitude significance is done by the NDC. A lot of it is done by John Mahama in the last 4 years of his administration. And we keep extolling the name of NDC because of this man. If Nkrumah were here, a lot of people will say, let's bring Nkrumah back because we know what Nkrumah is worth. John Mahama is alive. He's done so much for us. We know what he has done for us. And we keep saying NDC has done far better than MPP. The man is still alive. He says, I'm coming back. Why will anybody say don't come back?
They said they didn't vote for him because they found out that there were lots of wrongs he did. So they trusted Nana Akufo-Addo. And people have wondered, what difference is Mahama coming to do? They expect a new face.
So they trusted Nana Akufo-Addo. They believe in the lies they told. He and his vice president told us that he's going to build schools, secondary schools. He's going to build railway from to the north. He's going to do this. A lot of the things they said they would do. 1 million Ghana cedis to every constituency and all the funny lies they told. And they couldn't deliver. But they look back at Mahama and say, hey, we have lost something. We have lost some gold. Charlie, come back. Now, it's not a fault of anybody people are thinking this way. It is because the system defined the Nana administration for us. What they have done is a testimony of their success or failure, and the failure has been more than the success. So, John Mahama's coming is like a repent by Ghanaians that we did a wrong and we asked for forgiveness from God. And God is bringing him back to us. It's a history going to be made. And let's all enjoy the history. Somebody who was voted out, who needed 2 terms, was voted out before the 2 terms. Ghanaians are aware that they made a mistake and they are bringing him back to do what he should have done. It's a wonderful thing. So I think that shouldn't be a dispute. The coming back of John Mahama shouldn't be a dispute at all. I don't begrudge the others for coming in. It is their constitutional rights. And I don't begrudge anybody who wants to support them. It's to be their constitutional rights. But we want to win these elections for the people of Ghana. We don't have to play with it. I know that when John Mahama's name is projected against any candidate from the MPP, the choice is going to be John Mahama. And I think that it is a place for us to go.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian, tell the shit. And let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
the GOAT debate,
Do you
know,
know
so
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo?
So the woman who boss, Julia Stuart, is a broadcaster with Super Sports International. She's our guest on Sports Check. Julia, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How was your stay?
It's been amazing to be here, getting used to the heat.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, I'm really loving Ghana. I was not expecting anything when I arrived here, just to be part of Women of Valor. And my trip has given me so much. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Have you tried any of our foods yet?
Yeah, of course I have. Everyone's always going on about Ghana versus Nigeria.
Jollof.
So I definitely had to have some jollof rice. Plenty, actually.
But have you tried Nigeria and jollof? And if you're going to rate, you haven't tried?
No, I haven't. So it's 1-0 to Ghana at the moment.
Energy. Great. So Julia is a studio anchor and a pitchside reporter with Super Sports International. If you don't know, she's doing amazing stuff. She's a big inspiration to millions of people worldwide, including women. Now, Julia, we know that, okay, so the light, sound, camera, action, and then we see you on set, you're talking and all that. How do you handle bad days?
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, personally, you won't see that on screen.
Great.
You can't, because people pay a lot of money for DSTV subscription and they don't care about how you feel if you're having a terrible hair day or you don't like the place you're in, or none of that's got to matter. It's part of being the consummate professional to be able to fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it's all about. So I think personally, if I am having a bad day, I don't think you would be able to know.
Great.
And that's part of learning how to deal with your emotions and how to manage, and knowing when you have to step up and step out, and like you said, lights, camera, action.
We go. Great. Now, you've been a big inspiration to a lot of people, women. I also love what you do. I watch you and I'm like, oh God, you've got it. Did you always, was it always the thing that you wanted to be a media personality when you were young? Was that what you wanted to do?
No, I had no clue. I actually had to take a gap year after matric, because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I just didn't know. And I studied film and media production. So it wasn't a journalism course. It wasn't with the intention of going to Supersport. I kind of just found my way. And I'm a firm believer of, if something is meant for you, it will find you. It was not easy. It was not easy. But it was a path that I am very grateful to have been able to navigate in my own way. And I think the journalism base that I have, having started as a print reporter, understanding how to construct news stories, understanding how to construct arguments from my university days, I think that I've tried to carry that into my presentation, in the way I ask questions, in the way you have to be brave to ask tough questions in the face of sometimes a defeat. A coach has just lost a game and he doesn't necessarily want to answer, or there's a red card or a penalty that wasn't given. Those are difficult. So I always go back to the basic principles of journalism and carry that into my presentation. But I definitely did not think I would be a Supersport presenter or land in Ghana and people would know who I am. Unbelievable scenes.
That's
Come
crazy.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, you got big fans and all that. I remember one scene, was it last year, the gentleman saying wanted to take a picture with you. You have a lot of fans everywhere scattered.
But you know what the thing is? Negativity is louder. So the people who feel entitled, who want to say horrible things about you, they always make sure you know, and they do that on social media regularly. So when I do get a nice message, or when there is an incident like happened at the Cape Town City game, that's my hometown, by the way, Cape Town. Okay. So a fan had written on the board that he wants to take a picture. That was amazing. But, big love from the people out in Ghana. We're on billboards here, by the way, because of Women of Valor.
Great.
I landed and I was like, hey, is that me? Wow.
Your face all over.
Yeah, but I've received a lot of love. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't take that for granted. For someone to come up to you and say, I like what you do. You give me encouragement to also try and do better. I want to follow in your footsteps. I always tell people to make their own path, though. But to see that and to hear that in a country where you've only been for a couple of days is remarkable.
It's a big deal. As I stated, I'm not going to lie. I'm also a young journalist, and then I love what you do. When I put down the people that inspire me, your name is definitely on there. Yeah, great. You're doing amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
So for a young girl who says she wants to be like Julia, she wants to be on the big screens. Of course, you've been through it all. What would your advice be to that woman or that young girl?
So when I was growing up, there was no one who looked like me on TV doing sports. So it's not something I thought was possible or something I wanted to do or one day I'm going to be there. It's not. I came into it because of my hard work, and the more I worked, the more I found opportunities. And I've always said, it doesn't matter your connections. It doesn't matter how you get into a place. The only way you're going to stay and make a name for yourself is through work ethic.
Through work ethic.
And it doesn't matter. I don't care about being the prettiest or looking the nicest or sounding the best or having the best clothes. I care about being the hardest worker in the room. And that is what has got me to where I am today. Okay. So whether you want to be a journalist or you want to be an actor or you want to be, just thinking about the women who were at Women of Valor yesterday, you want to be a lawyer or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere without putting in the hours. Because nothing worth having will come easy. And you maybe it's not about studying or working hours. Maybe it's about the thinking that you do about what you want to do, or maybe it's you're putting in effort, whatever that is, and there'll be hours and hours of perfecting what you want to do. And then also just be open, change path if things are not working for you, or be true to yourself. Because if you want to be a journalist or you want to be a presenter in sport because there's space and there's more space, they need more women, but you don't love sport, you'll be found out very quickly. So yeah, follow your passions and all of that advice that we always get, follow your passions. But just put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
So you mentioned of work ethics, you have to like what you want, and then building the long hours that you have to put in before, because it's not rosy. Some people, I'm sure some people hit your DM like, oh, I want to be like you, I want to mentor you. I don't know if you get more of that, but then for popular personalities here in Ghana, they always talk about women hit their DMs, like direct messages, and like, oh, I want you to be. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. It's a lot. You cannot attend to all of them at the same time. But then for you, for someone who might watch this interview, what are the values that one must possess as a woman who is really destined? You want to get into this career, you want to get into this space, whether male dominated or not.
So the one thing I'll tell you is, women hit up my DMs. What did you study? What must I study? Where must I study? Please, people, I'm not Google. Go and look it up. Go and do your own research. You have to, anything you want to do, you have to be educate yourself on the subject matter, right? So that's the first thing.
Right.
I'm also not a recruiter for universities. I don't know what the options are, where you can study, what your grades are like. So I can never answer that. Mm-hmm. But what gets me every time is women saying, so must I really study the whole 4 years? Or isn't there another way? Do I have to study?
There's no shortcut.
Well, we live in an age of instant gratification. I think the idea that you're going to make it because you're pretty, pretty lasts for like 5 minutes on TV, and then what else do you have? So you have to have substance, you have to have passion for this thing, because we work on weekends. I work at 9 to 5. I work weekends, we travel, holidays, people are working. We are working here, So you have to be really passionate, because if you don't love it, you will resent those hours. You won't like it. Your camera ladies are standing in the sun on what day is today? Wednesday morning. They'd rather be in the pool.
Exactly.
But it's not always pleasant. The things you see on Instagram that we post, the interviews, or I went on a drive with a Formula E driver in a Porsche up Table Mountain. Amazing. But hey, that's not every day. So understand that it's not all glamour. And if you want glitz and glamour, then maybe this is not the best place for you. It's not the best industry. You have to be prepared. That is the most important thing. Because as women, unfortunately, we have to work twice as hard for people to think we are half as good as men. Even though people know you and they think, oh, she's good for a woman, or she's the best woman, or she's the nicest woman to look at. It's always going to be like that for us, unfortunately. Just accept it, but make sure you represent. Because if they're giving you a chance as a woman, there are like thousands of other women who also love to get the chance. So you have to represent, you have to do well, so that the next time there's a woman, they won't hesitate to give her an opportunity.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, but just because you said that, you know, you've been in the space, you've owned the space, what has been some of your greatest challenge in the, you know, you talking sports, being in what they term as a male-dominated area?
I think, firstly, I was saying this at Women of Valor yesterday. I think everything is male-dominated. Okay, the world is run by men, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because we are not leading the world. Maybe just the beauty industry is female-dominated. So
yeah, even with now, there are a lot of men getting in there. Yeah.
So I think that the words that I say or the advice that I have, based on my experiences, I'm finding that it's not just restricted to sports. Women in corporate, women in politics, we all experience the same thing. So just accept that this system was not designed for you, right? So that's the first thing. And I think you have to understand that you are different and you're going to be different. So some of my highlights have sometimes come because I'm a woman. And I don't mean because I look nice today. I mean, I think about the interview with Coach Pitso Mosimane. That was an iconic interview. Okay. They were playing Wydad Casablanca. He was the coach of Sundowns at the time. And there was some stuff going on off air. And he they were making some racist comments. And we didn't really pick that up on camera. So while I was doing my interview with him, Sundowns won, by the way. And one of the guys from Wydad Casablanca came and stood by the camera and was having a proper go at him and saying really ugly things. And he lashed out. They called the interview "Sort Him Out" because that's what he was shouting. Hey, sort him out. And I'm standing there with our microphone while everything is happening. We're live. And that was one of my greatest moments because I think, firstly, I understood that I have to take control of the situation or they'll go to break.
Great.
Right. And I'll lose it. Secondly, actually, this is number one. I was thinking, oh, I'm going to become a meme. I'm going to become a joke on the internet. I'm going to trend for being ridiculous. I have to take control of the situation. And I did. I stepped up and I explained what was happening. All adrenaline based that you can't plan for something. You can never plan for live TV. But afterwards, when he calmed down, the empathy that I had, I think as a woman, naturally,
you have a lot
made it a little bit easier for him to calm down and come back to the moment and answer the question. Sometimes you find that coaches as well are you're more asking the human side of things because you're a woman and they're more likely to be a little bit more open. We have that natural nurturing thing which makes our interviews a little bit different to how our male counterparts would conduct it. Yeah, I think we can be a combination of strong and hard-hitting, but also empathetic.
We're all 360. We can do all the things.
Yeah.
You talked about when you want to own your space. Someone says, "Oh, I want to be like Julia." You have to really have knowledge of what you're doing. So when you're talking sports, you know what you're talking. You'll be found wanting if you just think it's just a pretty face and all that. So I just want to find out from you, how did the passion for sports develop? Was it from your dad? Because with me, I kind of started from home. My dad was watching football and all that. How did yours develop?
Yeah, same. Just having something in common with my dad, something to talk to my dad about, going to live matches in Cape Town, watching Premier League games in Cape Town, where I grew up. And then the sports is, the more you know, the more you want to know. And so, you become obsessed because now it's opened up a whole new group of people that you chat to. The boys at school. I was always the only girl, the only Arsenal fan at school, able to talk to them. And yeah, I think I cannot believe that someone is paying me to watch football. Like my bum is in the butter. How did I get so lucky? Yeah.
I see. Great. We're still talking to Julia. We'll take a quick break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Paula Amaboni. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm seated with Julia, Stuart. Julia, I was going through your Instagram and I chanced upon a post like the best advice you received. Just stay in your lane. Comparison is the thief of joy. Does that still remain like one of your favorite advice?
Yeah, you know, people will try and say, "Oh, did you see what? Hey, Paula, did you see what your colleague is doing? Hey, Paula, did you see your colleague's got this and that's happening?" And you'll see on Instagram, "Oh, this one got to go to this game, or this one got to interview that, or she owns this item of clothing, or she has this kind of bag," and you'll spend your whole day miserable. Like, it's so important to understand. I've said this in the earlier part of the interview. The things that are meant for you won't pass you by. It's the hardest thing to know and to believe. How come someone's getting this right? When is my turn? Like, the things that are meant for you will come for you. And the older I get, the more I work in this industry, I think back to things I missed out on. Oh, why didn't I get to work on that tournament? But other things have come and maybe better suited to me. I saw an interview recently with Letitia Wright from Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I love this. She said, it's not rejection, it's redirection. And when you feel rejected or something that you wanted maybe isn't happening for you, it's very easy to compare yourself. But like the quote says, it's the thief of joy. You won't enjoy where you are right now.
Just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, honey. It's nice here. There's no traffic. You can drive however fast or slow you want to. Yeah, it's great.
It's still one of the best advice. I also love to say whatever got my name on it is not going to pass me by. It's something I say, but yeah, I love that you also said it too.
You have to be your own competition. When I started, those words, people will say, you know, this one, did you see what this one is doing? Oh, how come this one? And it's always women. You know, they divide and conquer is the way people try and deal with women. We also do it ourselves. We try and internalize it ourselves. But why? Can we also form a girls' club? Can we also change the culture from within? Can we also start to understand that things that are mine will be mine?
Exactly.
And maybe that's meant for me in that moment. Maybe something else wasn't meant for me.
Great.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah. So, Julia, coming from South Africa, going to the World Stage, Super Sports International, would you say that the space is big enough to accommodate other women?
Yeah, 100%. There is so much space for everyone to shine, whether that be here in Ghana, on the Accra sports scene. I met so many TV broadcasters yesterday. So I know that there are a lot of women in sports, in the city, let alone this country. And we make a mistake. We think that there's only space for one woman to do well, but that's not true. There's space for everyone. And some people might be online, some people might be on TV, some people might be radio, some people might specialize in pitch side reporting, some people might specialize in studio anchoring, some might be great with podcasts. You just have to find what works for you and what you love.
Great. So who are some of the well-known female broadcasters? In Ghana, we say we have Juliet Bewa.
Yes, I know Juliet Bewa. I was with her at the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was also doing some work for Supersport there. My friend Chisom Mbono Ezuke, she's from Nigeria. She is amazing. And what I love about her, she's so passionate about telling stories. And she is really passionate about telling Nigerian football stories. She produces as well, so I think she's brilliant. She's one I really look up to, her storytelling ability. And then I know that cricket isn't big here, but Cass Naidu is a powerhouse of a woman. She's South African. She works cricket on Supersport, and she does tours and stuff for Sky as well. Cass runs a foundation and a set of women's awards called the G Sports for Girls Awards, and she is phenomenal. The way she started the website to tell women's sports stories, women in sports, the way she started the awards, and it grows year on year. I actually hosted it last year. I don't know how she does it because she has a family and she does this job herself, by the way, and then she still runs a foundation and does all these amazing things that highlight and bring the profile of women's sport more into the spotlight. So I really look up to her, not because she's a fantastic broadcaster, which she is, but because she's using her power for good to help others come up, to mentor others, and also to put women's sport on the map.
Great. So there are a lot of women who are also in sports, doing things that would also, more of encourage young people who want to get into the field. Now, I know, let's talk more of women football. You've covered the FIFA Women's Cup and all that. It's a big deal and all that. But I just want to find out, do you think how possible, because some people, I'm not even going to say some people, I would testify that when it comes to the men's World Cup, there's a lot of eyeballs and all that. There's a whole lot, everybody want to know what is going on. What can we do to also ensure that when it gets to the FIFA Women's World Cup, we get a lot of attention and all the euphoria that it is, like, do better?
I do think that the FIFA Women's World Cup was fantastic the last time around, and I think the fallback from that, we saw Spain promising to put more money into their local league. And I know that in China as well, in the USA, they were going to put more money into it because the women's FIFA Women's World Cup were getting the highest number of TV viewers that they ever had before. The Women's Euros final was sold out at Wembley last year. I think there is improvement. Sponsors are stepping up to the plates. It's not even about equality. Although teams like this American women's team deserve to get the same amount, if not more, money than the men's team.
I saw that
because
news.
they won multiple World Cups. Last time, I know the US was back at the World Cup at Qatar 2022, but before that, they didn't even qualify. So in those cases, yes, they need to be rewarded. It's definitely about sponsorship and TV. And how it works is the more women in leadership roles in sponsorship can decide where the money goes. The more women in leadership roles in TV can decide where the money goes, where the rights go, what they're going to show. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of men who messaged me to say, loved your work on the FIFA Women's World Cup semi-final of us. Like, great that they're watching. I think we're changing it, not even slowly anymore. I think female athletes are becoming household names, already, not just because there's a daughter in the house who plays football. But I want to say that the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup in South Africa was just completed. Sold out stadiums.
Great.
Sold out stadiums.
And making
that is all
progress.
about the marketing.
Great.
That is also all about the ICC as a sporting body saying, we need sellouts. And they've managed it. It was phenomenal. There was obviously a lot of celebration, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement because South Africa reached the final, the Momentum Proteas. They lost, unfortunately, but it was their first ever final. So, if we can repeat that, if we can replicate that in football, mind you, Barcelona was reaching record crowds for their Women's Champions League matches. And so I think we're getting there. I don't think women's football, maybe in Africa, the mentality is still busy changing.
Yeah,
maybe that's what you mean. But I think worldwide,
Great.
we are getting there, girl.
Great. For the international, I think we are getting there and all that. But then locally on our continent, what can we do to get more eyeballs and all that?
We need to get women in power, in positions of power. And the women who are in positions of power need to back women. Because sometimes you find that it's harder. Like coming up, I was having this discussion with Nana Aba and she said to me, the people who have helped her in her career, when she thinks back, it's been a lot of men, like giving her a show, giving her a space, or encouraging her. Then I thought back to my own career. Robert Marawa, that's the person who said to me, be on my show. That's the first chance I got on TV. That's where people first saw me. My first news editors were men.
Wow.
So why are we not changing that in this day and age? The women, the people who've made my life difficult at work, unfortunately, have been women. So why are women not helping other women and women's sports? The people who are big sponsors. At CAF, we have women who are involved. Why are they not doing more? In my own country, I have to say, women's teams, every professional team does not have a women's team as well. And that's long past time for that to happen, Mamelodi Sundowns doing so well in the CAF Women's Champions League. They won it. They were in the final. They represent, but not every team in our professional league has a women's team.
We have to do better. If it's starting from the stations, positions, and all that, we have to do better. And as I say, if we get to the top, we also have to create room for other women to follow that path. But do you see a female head in CAF maybe one time soon?
I don't know about our attitude within this continent. I don't know if we're ready for it.
We're ready for it.
Not that there's no woman who can lead.
We have a lot.
It's not that.
We have.
Are we ready
To.
for it? To accept?
Great.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we're born ready. It's just that some people might think that, oh, she's not qualified. The whole thing that comes with it. But then trust me, if we're given that position, we can do way better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that women are not ready. It's the mentality of people, men and women, to say, can a woman do it? Can a woman lead? What? And the strange thing is, she won't just be judged on the job she's doing. She'll be judged on how she looks, who she associates with, what her hair's like, what clothes she's wearing. That's what we still face.
But I love your style. Come to clothes. I love your style, the way you style. But wait, but between sneakers and heels, what are you going to go for?
Depends.
Depends.
On the occasion. If I can get away with wearing sneakers every day, I will do that. Obviously not now. I'm wearing flip-flops right now, sandals, because it's so hot here.
In Ghana.
But yeah, especially in the World Cup, I curated my own look.
Yeah.
With help from our Super Sport stylist. We have help. We have an amazing stylist at Super Sport.
Great.
Her name is Taryn. She doesn't just do style, she does image consulting.
Great.
So you say, this is what I want to look like. This is the brand I want to project.
And she creates it.
Yeah.
I love your style, definitely. If I was supposed to rate your closet, I would not waste a minute. Yeah.
It's difficult. I buy so much clothes because it's work clothes and real life clothes. And yeah, if I have like 5 different black blazers because, you
you have to
3 or 4 times a week. So
exactly.
You can't wear the same. Taryn won't let us wear one outfit twice in a season.
Oh.
She's crazy like that. No one remembers. I remember. That's what she'll say.
The image is important too.
Very. I've had to learn that. I never knew that. Starting out in this business, I thought,
anything goes.
And we have to wear those boxy big blazers and a shirt. We are not men. And men know we are not men. Even if you dress like a man, they know.
I love
what you're wearing as well, though. So I think you have your own thing going on.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah. Now, before we wrap, I just want to find out, who are your favorite Ghanaian players?
Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey.
Okay.
I hope he wins the Premier League this season.
I'm also an Arsenal fan, so
amazing.
That makes us
Arsenal fans are so traumatized. People think we care about being top and falling off top. We are just enjoying life.
I felt like we were so close to it, but hey,
no. I'm just enjoying that we're playing beautiful football and winning. I have not seen that in a long time. I was at the Emirates Stadium and even to watch Arsenal beat Man United.
Okay.
And even the in the stadium is just different.
Crazy.
So love Thomas Partey. Riyad Mahrez, I think, is one who is very underrated in that Man City team. But he's phenomenal.
Great.
Mo Salah, of course.
Mo Salah too.
Just African footballers in general, and Sadio Mane.
Sadio.
Hey, what happened when he left Liverpool? Right. So then from Ghana as well, of course, my friend Asamoah Gyan, your legend. Absolutely adore him. What a guy. He's the reason I'm here. He put me in touch with
great.
Yes.
Shout out to Asamoah.
Yeah, shout out to Baby Jets. I think Kudus.
Mohamed Kudus too.
Phenomenal,
He's one of our star players.
And he's going to make a really, really big, not that Ajax isn't big, but he's going to make an even bigger move. I think Tariq Lamptey.
He told me to have an interview.
He told me to have jollof rice here. Yes, we were interviewing him for Super Sport and Premier League. So those are some of the ones I love currently. Thomas Partey, number 1 for me at the moment.
Okay.
What he's doing this season and the role he's playing is just phenomenal.
Great. Now, the women footballers for the Nigerian footballer who plays for Barcelona, Asad Oshola.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think that they haven't given her flowers. Do you think that she's celebrated enough?
I think so. I think she is. You know what it is? It's Putellas is winning all the Ballon d'Ors and she's winning all the FIFA awards. So it feels like Asad Oshoala isn't getting the same kind of recognition.
But she's an amazing player.
No,
she is amazing.
I don't think anyone doesn't think that she is
great.
We have some phenomenal female players from South Africa, Banyana ladies, who are doing such big things and they are playing internationally. It is brilliant to see, man. Brilliant to see. Like we have Tembi Kgatlana, who's playing in America right now.
Okay.
There's Jermaine Seposenwe, who's doing well. There's Janine van Beek, who's doing well. There's Linda Mutlalo.
Like
all our girls are just making waves overseas and they are household names. I'm not ashamed to say when I started, I maybe only knew Portia Modise. I could name 1 or 2 South African female players' names. Now,
probably the whole starting 11 I can do.
I see.
Amazing,
Great.
amazing. That's change. That's change. If a woman who is speaking on football can tell you that,
A lot. That's change.
Yeah.
So great. Final one. Who is the GOAT in football? Let me just get it from Julia.
I think this is, I'm sorry, with all due respect, it's a silly question.
Really?
Because
The
people-
debate?
Yeah.
The GOAT debate,
Do you
know.
know
So
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo? Messi's not paying me to say he's the GOAT. I watch both and enjoy both. The records that they have been setting, the fact that they are still playing at this age and maturing like fine South African wine, it is remarkable to me. Just shows that the mind is the most powerful thing. Some of the goals that we've seen them score, some of the records that we've seen them break, long-standing records from men like Diego Maradona, from men like Pele, those kinds of things that we are seeing and witnessing right now. I'm getting involved in no debates.
yeah. So even with the GOAT, it doesn't really have to boil down to Messi or Ronaldo. Like for you mentioned Pele or not. That me, Pele still is my greatest. But the current one would just choose Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, before we wrap up, Julia, your final words, your advice to women as we celebrate International Women's Day. So a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space and all that. What would your advice be to that person?
It's such a hard one. How do you sum it up? It's going to be difficult. There is no easy path to it.
Great.
And as long as you maintain your integrity, as long as you do what you are comfortable with, as long as you give your best every day,
you've got it.
You've got this. Yeah,
Great.
you absolutely have got this. That's all. There's no secret to it. There's no special spice,
Do it.
no recipe, no. It's just about doing you, because your power is that no one is like you. There's only one you.
Thank
so
you.
just show up every day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julia. It was a pleasure. It was an honor sitting with you to,
Thank you for having
talk
me.
everything sports and all that. Yeah, great, great. So I did this with Julia Stuart. She is broadcaster with Sports International. We had an amazing conversation with Talk Women's Sports. It was a 360. I know that you really enjoyed this interview. Special one on Sports Check. I am Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bebree.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
We are still making it. We are still constructing our roads. We are still paying salaries. We pay teachers when they even sat at home during the COVID. We did not say, as it was done in other jurisdictions, that because the teachers are not working at the moment, they are not going to be paid. The president paid them. The president paid health allowance. The president is still paying salaries. And he's still working to ensure that all our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, we live in a dynamic world. This country is not static. So through urbanization, through modernization, through the movement of people and properties, definitely people are even moving out from outside to the outskirts of Accra. So we'll continue to construct more roads, We'll continue to construct more drains. We'll continue to construct more sea defense. We continue to empower women and children in this country. We continue to enhance our TVET schools. We will continue to support the health sector. We continue to pay salaries. We will continue to enhance the agri sector so that we all have a very good place to live in. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President once again for making sure that the military, and for that matter the security service, the national security, he has provided a lot of equipment, a lot of logistics, and the peace we are all enjoying here is because of some of these structures, some of these equipment, some of these logistics that they need to work and dialogue and compromise. We are enjoying security and peace in this country. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the President for being so candid with us. Mr. President did not hide words. His submission was evidence-based. Everything he's done in this country is there for all of us to know. And I can assure you, all of us, and you know that each one of us sitting here, we have all benefited from this government one way or the other, in terms of health delivery, in terms of road delivery, in terms of infrastructure. We have all benefited. If you have not benefited from this government, just let your people, tell your constituents that 2024 election is not going to be a do or die affair, but it's going to be an evidence-based campaign. And Mr. President has once again assured us in his presentation to the House that this is a phrase, and with every fiber, that's the emphasis, every fiber of my being, I am certain that this too shall pass. We have done it before, and we will do it again. No matter the situation that we are going through as a country, no matter the challenges we are going through after COVID and Ukraine war, no matter the economic situation we find ourselves in, we are not rationing fuel, we are not rationing food, we are not queuing for fuel, there's no doom, so there's peace and security, infrastructure is going on, roads infrastructure is going on, railways is going on, health is going on, and that is the state of the nation that the President told us about. And he wants all of us as Ghanaians to be patriotic and support the President so that come 2024, he will continue to roll out more infrastructure for this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity giving me to thank the President for appearing before this House to give us the State of the Nation address. And like I said, we have massive digitization going on in this country, and we have experienced massive peace and security. I think that everything that this government has done is not transient. It's evidence-based, and it's there for everybody to see. And the good people of Ghana are going to continue to vote for the MPP based on the good work that we've done, even in the midst of all these challenges. I spoke to you about cholera. I was even thinking that if Ebola had broken up at that time, what would have happened to Ghanaians? Because even cholera, we couldn't contain cholera, and we lost innocent lives over 200. This president has been able to contain the situation of COVID, even though we've lost some beloved friends, we've lost some few friends, but above all, through it all, we've been able to make sure that this country is still running the way it was before COVID and Ukraine war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
That term is almost up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. But let me once again remind Ghanaians that all is not lost. We still have hope, and this too shall pass. We should all continue to support the MPP government to continue to deliver on our promises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, please, I'm monitoring the time. The instructions that were given out is that ministers of states are having 15 minutes. Ranking and committee chair are having 15 minutes. So I was monitoring. The time is here. He is a minister of state. That's why I gave him 15 minutes. Please. Please allow me to do what is right. That's the instructions I was given, and I'm following it religiously. Please. So now we come to Honourable Member for Honourable Akando.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague who just spoke saying that we have peace and security in this country. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether or not she has been in this country within the past 1 month. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether or not she's aware of what is going on in Boko. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether or not she's aware of what is going on at Ashaman. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether or not she's aware of what is going on in Wa. Mr. Speaker, all is not well with this country. Mr. Speaker, the state of Ghana is that of utter shock and disbelief. Mr. Speaker, in the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency the President on page 3, the last paragraph, he stated that he was going to talk about health and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, conspicuously missing was Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, and I am not surprised that he didn't talk about Agenda 111 in details because all is not well with the Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, at the 8th COVID-19 update delivered by the President, he promised the good people of this country about the construction of health facilities in this country. The Speaker, the project was delayed and they commenced the project somewhere in August 2021. The Speaker, during the sword cutting ceremony, Mr. President had this to say, and with your permission, I quote the President. The Speaker, he said, and I quote, "Each hospital is being constructed at a cost of 16.88 million, i.e. 12.88 million for construction and 4 million for medical equipment, and all the hospitals are to be completed in 8 months, and works will begin on the regional and other hospitals in the later part of 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is what the President said when he was cutting sword for the commencement of Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, again, during the 28th update, the President changed his position. And with your permission, I want to quote again. This is what he said. The President said, "Work is currently underway, and therefore the end of my tenure of office on 7th January 2025, all 111 hospitals would have been commissioned." Mr. Speaker, this position was affirmed in last year's State of the Nation address, that before the President hands over on the 7th January 2025, all the 111 hospitals would have been delivered. Mr. Speaker, when the President speaks, he must be speaking the truth, nothing but the truth. Mr. Speaker, as far as Ghana is concerned, with our President, when he speaks, we don't know whether or not he's speaking the truth. Mr. Speaker, this statement turned out to be false, untrue. And I say so because, Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 Secretariat made a presentation to the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, and they were led by the Chief Director of the Presidency. Mr. Speaker, at the meeting, this is the forecast they gave to the committee. Mr. Speaker, don't forget that Mr. President is saying that he will deliver all the 111 hospitals before he leaves office. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, this is what they had to say. Mr. Speaker, they said the completion forecast. They needed $300 million to be able to complete 20% of the project in 2024. 20%. 20%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, 20%. Mr. Speaker, the next bullet point, they said that 20% of the hospitals could be completed in 2025. Could. Mr. Speaker, the next one says 30% of the hospitals could be completed by 2027. Mr. Speaker, again, he said 30% of the hospitals could be completed after 2027 when Mr. President is no longer the President of the Republic of Ghana. Why would you say you will deliver all the 111 hospitals whilst it is not true? Mr. Speaker, the real state of the Agenda 111 is that millions of dollars have been given to contractors and yet they are not on site. Millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker.
Millions of dollars. Sites not being.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give you examples. If you go to a place like Akrofom in the Akrofom district, about $839 million has been given to the contractor, yet the contractor was not at the site at our last visit, the committee's last visit. The Speaker, again, Adeso, in the Upper West Akim, about $1,078,000 had been given to the contractor, and yet the contractor was not at site. US dollars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, at Kwabrakwa in Obuasi East District, about $1,078,000 US has been given to the contractor, and yet the contractor is not on site, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jessica is no exception. So this is the clear state of the nation, where millions of dollars have been given to contractors and individuals, and yet no work is being done. This is a fact, and nobody can contest it, Mr. Speaker. This goes to the waste and the corruption we have been talking about all this while. Mr. Speaker, let me move on to another very sensitive issue. Mr. Speaker, in this day and age, one would have expected that we should not be talking about outbreak of measles on this floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, measles and tuberculosis, polio are not like COVID, which we just discovered. Mr. Speaker, we started fighting these diseases as far back in 1977. Mr. Speaker, especially with the introduction of the expanded program on immunization introduced by the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, as recent as October 2022, we had outbreak of measles in Karaga, in Kushegu, in Tamale, and its environs. This is smacks of incompetence and lack of forward planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we sit in this house and we approve the National Health Insurance Formula every year. In the National Health Insurance Formula, we make provisions for the procurement of these vaccines. Mr. Speaker, we realize that these releases have been done, and yet we don't have vaccines in this country. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that we have not less than 10 vaccines, and most of these vaccines are being sponsored by Gavi, and we are supposed to sponsor only 300%. Mr. Speaker, and only 3, we cannot buy the 3. If we are asked to buy the 13, can we buy the 13? Mr. Speaker, the president on this floor of the House said that we had recorded no death. The minister also repeated on this floor that no death has been recorded. Mr. Speaker, that is again palpable falsehood. Mr. Speaker, according to the Northern Regional Pediatrician at Tamale Teaching Hospital, Professor Anum Al-Hassan, Mumin Al-Hassan, the Speaker, he says that we have recorded about 5 fatalities. And what is even worse is that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot even get reagents to confirm tests at Noguchi. This is the state of the country. It is the state of the country. These are facts. We cannot even get reagents to confirm tests, hundreds, if not thousands of test samples that have been sent to Noguchi. Mr. Speaker, we have been told by the president when he was complaining, just like me, he was whining and lamenting about the issue, and he never provided any solution when he appeared on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, we heard that Ghana has taken delivery of some vaccines, but what they didn't add was that these vaccines were coming from Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, these vaccines were coming from Nigeria. Of course, I have absolutely no problem if FDA confirms that these are good vaccines. But Mr. Speaker, the bigger question is that how come Nigeria has excess vaccines and we don't have? How come that Nigeria has excess vaccines and we don't have the vaccines? Mr. Speaker, I think that we should not even have gotten here in the first place.
That will last us only 6 weeks.
And, Mr. Speaker, more to the point,
6 weeks.
the vaccines that we are taking delivery of can only last for 6 weeks. So we should not be making noise that we have come out of the situation. We should rather, Mr. Speaker, be thinking about how we can get more vaccines to save the vulnerable babies in this country. Mr. Speaker, per the 1992 Constitution, everybody, including the babies, they have the right to good health care in this country. Because the president himself, the vice president, the minister responsible for health, they all had the opportunity to get vaccines to vaccinate their children, including their grandchildren. So every child in this country deserves to be vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, that is the real state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, when my colleague was speaking, he talked about the fact that His Excellency said they had engaged about 58,000 workers in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, the real state of the nation is that the professionals, the health professionals, are living in homes. Mr. Speaker, last year, half of last year, Mr. Speaker, not less than 3,000 nurses left the shores of this country. There are some specialists who have left, and now we don't even, those in charge of seats and what have you, we don't even have any specialists in this country due to the hard economic realities in this country. Mr. Speaker, let me quote these numbers. In the 2021 budget, the workforce of the health sector was reported to be 251,527. Mr. Speaker, in the 2023 budget, it was reported to be 182,233. Mr. Speaker, if you are employing low-skilled people to help in contact tracing, and you are losing more than 69,000 people, what have you done? Mr. Speaker, the real state of the nation is that today, the nurses who are doing their rotations have not been paid for the past 18 months. That's the real state of the nation. That is the real state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be speaking the truth as leaders of this country. And, Mr. Speaker, the president made frantic efforts to justify the recklessness with which they handled the COVID expenditure. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, because Ghanaians are discerning, it fell on deaf ears. Mr. Speaker, how can you justify that if they spend 32 million Ghana cedis on seminars and meetings, there's nothing wrong with it? How can the president say this? Mr. Speaker, how can you say that in a matter of less than 1 year, if they spend more than 200 million on hand sanitizers, there's nothing wrong with it? Mr. Speaker, how can you say that we pay more than $600,000 to be taking ambulance as far back in January 2022, and up to now, we've not had our money, we've not had the ambulances, there's nothing wrong with it? Mr. Speaker, how can you tell us that we have paid not less than $82 million to receive Johnson vaccines? We have not had the vaccines, and we have also not had our money. Mr. President says that there's absolutely nothing wrong with this. Mr. Speaker, I think that we must be serious as a country and be doing what is expected of us as leaders. We cannot be doing things as usual. Mr. Speaker, again, in a matter of 1 to 2 years, not less than 22 billion from various quarters, including IMF and the World Bank, has been pumped into this economy because of COVID. Mr. Speaker, if you get 22 billion in your economy because of COVID, you can certainly not blame the ills in the economy on COVID, because COVID gave us money. Mr. Speaker, COVID gave us a lot of money.
Honourable member, you should begin to land.
Mr. Speaker, certainly, the attempt by the president to always be at the forefront in clearing his appointees is unbecoming of the president. Mr. Speaker, I think that this country, the real state of the country is that the country is sick. The country is bleeding in the hands of the president and the vice president, Dr. Baudi Baumia. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It is now the turn. It is now the turn of Honorable Member for Domai East, Honorable Trim Berryman.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that was ably moved by my Deputy Majority Leader, that is Honorable House. Thanks His Excellency, the President, for the message on the state of the nation, which was delivered to the good people of Ghana through Parliament. Mr. Speaker, all is well with this country. Mr. Speaker, all is well. And that is my senior colleague Akando saying all is not well. I find it a bit strange because he knows that all is well with him. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, in person to Article 67, delivered a message which every Ghanaian has accepted this message as an inspiring message, as a message of hope, and a message that we all can relate to. And Honorable Akando knows very well that he is able to relate to that. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the president was genuine, was truthful, and the president was able to accept the fact that we are in challenging times. But in all this, Mr. Speaker, the president also has proven that the country has been put on a path that is heading towards a point that we will all enjoy. And that is why all is well. Mr. Speaker, in a message of His Excellency, he spoke about a lot of things, including energy and everything that is making this country a better country. Mr. Speaker, in terms of energy, before His Excellency took the reins of this country, we were in shambles. We were in doomsday. We were struggling. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, this House, when they brought a policy to curtail doomsday, they said we should put off our deep freezers. They said we should use one mobile phones. They said we should not be charging phones anyhow. That was the way that they wanted to handle a challenge that emanated from the country. Mr. Speaker, at that time, borders were not closed. At that time, ports were not closed. At that time, we were not asked to stay in our rooms. But they were struggling. We were still struggling to handle these issues. During COVID times, Mr. Speaker, when challenges were high, when we have been asked to stay in our homes, when borders have been closed, when ports have been closed, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to even increase our electricity support from 79 to 88.5%. Mr. Speaker, that is a good governance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the President in his statement made it clear that by 2024, 90% of our Ghanaians will enjoy electricity, regardless of the challenges that we are facing. That is a good governance, and that is the true state of this country. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that industrial companies, to enjoy. Industrial companies to enjoy stable light, to ensure that our industry and our sector goes well. As we see, Mr. Speaker, we are replacing all the old light cables across the western corridor, the eastern corridor, the coastal corridor, and the middle corridor. We are replacing those lines, Mr. Speaker. This is to ensure that industry are well prepared to ensure that the country is put on a stable line. This is a good governance. This is the true state of the country, and all is well. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Nigeria, a country that's very close to us, Mr. Speaker, they are queuing for fuel. Mr. Speaker, Kenya, they are queuing for fuel. Not too long ago, even France, they were queuing for fuel. But if you come to Ghana and you visit any of our filling stations, they are relaxed, they are enjoying, because there is no pressure. No one is queuing for fuel in this country. This is due to good governance and the good work done by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, clearly showing that this country is well, and this is the true state of our country. Mr. Speaker, if you take the gold for oil policy that His Excellency mentioned in his message, indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is a good policy. We've started enjoying the success of this policy. After December, we were having petrol, we were buying petrol at 20 and diesel around 20. Mr. Speaker, Star Oil, as we speak, is selling at 13.8. This is the true state of the country. This is what we are saying. The country is doing well, and all is well. Honorable Akando, all is well. Mr. Speaker, my brothers there knows very well that in challenging times like this, you should expect everybody quarreling. Like as they said, we should call and not do anything, having money. But in challenging times, Mr. Speaker, this government ensured that electricity was available to every Ghanaian. Water was available to every Ghanaian. It was difficult times. In other countries, they were struggling. And this is what the president that we have today has done. This is what we call good governance, and this is the true state of our country. Mr. Speaker, the last time when His Excellency was talking about roads, my senior colleague, Honorable Reketegan, was questioning about some of the roads. But immediately, the Minister of Roads, who is here today, brought a press release out to set the record straight. I've not seen anybody challenging those, challenging that press release. No one is challenging that press release, telling us that the roads that we've said we've constructed can visibly be seen. You can walk on it and feel good. You drive on it to your various constituencies and you are okay. This is what we call a true state of the nation address. My brother Chitewe knows very well that going to Sola was struggling, difficult. But now he enjoys smooth ride. This is the true state of our country. And this is what we call good governance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of challenges, just around the United Kingdom, Edinburgh, recently, the people we call Bona people, they were going on strike. If you go to Edinburgh at a certain point, they went on strike. Wet collectors went on strike. Bus drivers, train engineers, they were all on strike because the country was struggling. As at that time, Mr. Speaker, we were paying COLA, we were paying salaries. Members of Parliament, members of parliamentary staff, their phone were beeping every month. That is what we call a good governance, and that is the true state of our country. Mr. Speaker, free SHS has not been abandoned. Free SHS is going on well. This is what we call the true state of the nation, and this is what we call a good governance. Mr. Speaker, In concluding, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by quoting something from the second stanza of the national anthem. And Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Hail to the name, O Ghana. Today we make our solemn vow, steadfast to build together a nation strong in unity. Mr. Speaker, this is what our national anthem is saying, that we, the representatives of the people, have made a solemn vow to build this country in unity. Upon that the minister, His Excellency, is calling upon us that for him to be able to build this country, we should come together to help him to approve his policies. We should come together to help him approve his ministers. And that is the vow that you, Mr. Stuart, and I, we've made to our constituents that we represent in this room, that we will ensure that we build this country in unity. Mr. Speaker, let us count our blessings. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let's count our blessings and name them one by one. His Excellency, the President's message on the nation of the nation is a true
Honorable, your time is up.
Of our state and must be commended by all. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now come to Honorable James Agaga. Honorable, you are ranking. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I'd like to make an appeal to the Honorable Minister for Defense not to interject, because on Friday, when he took his turn to debate, there were no interjections, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, doubles as the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. When he appeared before this House to deliver the message on the state of the nation, he touched on a gamut of issues, including the security sector. In touching on the security sector, Mr. Speaker, the President merely touted what he would call his achievements. And in the course of the debate in this House, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Defense actually took the matter to another level by further touting what he claimed were unprecedented achievements in the security sector under the stewardship of President Akufo-Addo. But, Mr. Speaker, I was flabbergasted when I sat down quietly and listened to the President for more than 1.5 hours. As Commander-in-Chief of this Republic, Mr. Speaker, one would have expected that Mr. President would have told us the state of security in our country before talking about procurements done under his watch for the improvement of the delivery of services by the armed forces and the security agencies. He neglected to do so, much to the chagrin of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, what is the state of our security right now? Boko, the age-old Boko crisis has escalated. There have been so many killings, many people have lost their lives in Boko. One would have expected that as Commander-in-Chief, the principal guarantor of the peace and security of our country, President Akufo-Addo would have at least said a word about the age-old Boko conflict. I have the statement in my hands. There is no single paragraph on Boko, Mr. Speaker. And yet, Mr. President is Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. Then again, Mr. Speaker, we all witnessed what happened in Ashama. a few days ago. And the incident that happened in Ashaman actually preceded the delivery of the message on the state of the nation by Mr. President. But for the benefit of those who may not have followed the news about happenings in Ashaman, a soldier was murdered in cold blood. Then the armed forces reacted. The reaction of the armed forces resulted in excesses. They themselves have admitted that their reactions resulted in excesses, leading to the abuse of fundamental human rights in Ashaman. Mr. Speaker, as Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, the President was duty-bound to say a word about Ashaman. As Commander-in-Chief, because rights had been violated, including the murder of a soldier, Mr. President simply just didn't find space in the 1.5 hours delivery to at least console the family of the bereaved soldier and also to express regret about the abuses of the rights of the people of Ashaman. Mr. Speaker, that was unfortunate. The President simply did not live up to expectation as Commander-in-Chief, and I would admonish him to find space and address the nation on Boko and Ashaman. It is an imperative, and he must honor the imperatives, Mr. Speaker, of addressing those two critical issues, because at the moment, they are the two most disturbing security issues that have bedeviled our country over the past few days. The last time, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mahama Yarega, MP for Boko Central, was in this house. He came to this house and made a statement about happenings in Boko. At least that should have served as a guide for Mr. Speaker to at least, Mr. President, to have found space in his address to say a few words about Boko and even Ashaman. Mr. Speaker, the President, in his delivery, created a certain impression, and I want to set the record straight. He made the argument that he had done certain equipment purchases, including vehicles, ammunition, etc., to the security services. And this is found on page 9 of the message on the state of the nation. And Mr. Speaker, here what the President simply says is that, and it's a bullet point, provided more equipment, vehicles, ammunition to security services than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Than any other government in the Fourth Republic. These are the words of Mr. President. Then, Mr. Speaker, on page 13, Mr. President then went on to list some of the equipment he has provided for the security agencies. Let me start with the army, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President told this House that the army has received 104 armored personnel carriers, 70 utility troop carrying vehicles, 20 armored vehicles, 85 assorted Toyota vehicles, 50 Ankai buses, 40 Jeep G8 vehicles, and some explosive ordnance disposal equipment. This is the evidence he provided to demonstrate that he has retooled the armed forces and the other security services more than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that this statement does not represent the truth. This statement was misleading. It has no basis. And I will demonstrate that in a moment, Mr. Speaker. Let me refer you, Mr. Speaker, to the achievements of President Mahama and President Measles in the security sector in terms of retooling them, Mr. Speaker, in terms of retooling them. This statement listed the achievements and the equipment they are supposed to have bought for the security agencies. Mr. Speaker, I take you to memory lane, down memory lane, and I'd like to remind the Defense Minister in particular that between 2012, Mr. Speaker, and 2014, the police service alone, the police service, Ghana Police Service, took delivery of over 1,424 vehicles. 1,424 vehicles. This is unprecedented in the history of our country. And yet President Akufo-Addo stood before this house and said because he had bought 70 buses, 100 APCs for the armed forces, he has done better than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, this is not true. Once again, let me demonstrate to the Defense Minister in particular, she sent word back to the President that the statement he made was misleading. The President could not say a word about the Ghana National Fire Service. But Mr. Speaker, between 2014 and 2016 alone, the Ghana National Fire Service took delivery of over 200 firefighting vehicles. Throughout the 6 years that President Akufo-Addo has been in government, he has not provided the fire service with even a single firefighting engine. And yet he says his achievements in the security sector are not comparable to any other government in the Fourth Republic. This is not true. Mr. Speaker, but let me speak directly to the Defense Minister. And I'm referring to the budget statement read by Setepe in 2015. In the 2016 budget statement, Mr. Speaker, I thought I had appealed to my brother not to interject.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to plead that if he does not want me to interject, he should stop mentioning my name. He should just make his point. If he makes my name, I will interject. Otherwise, I will prove to you. Otherwise, I will prove to you that President Akufo-Addo's record is not comparable to any other person.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, as much as I employ members to allow the speakers free rein to speak without interruption, please don't mention members' name. No. Once you mention his name, it means the person will have the right to either respond or anything. Please, you can make your statement, not necessarily mention the person's name.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I take a cue. But let me support my arguments with hardcore evidence. And I have in my hand, Mr. Speaker, the budget statement and economic policy delivered by Honorable Setepe in 2016. In 2016. And in 2016, Mr. Speaker, page 143, paragraph 784, this is what Mr. Tepe told this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, GAF acquired Diamond surveillance aircraft, the Mi-171 helicopters, Casa 295 troop carrier aircraft, and the construction of new ultramodern hangars in Accra and Takoradi. 4 Z9 helicopters from China were acquired specifically to support Ghana Gas Company. Then, Mr. Speaker, he goes on. At paragraph 789, he spoke as follows. Mr. Speaker, GAF is undergoing restructuring to ensure that there is a military barracks in every region. The army is currently based in 6 out of the 10 regions of the country and being reorganized from 2 to 3 commands, i.e., the Southern Command, Central Command, and the Northern Command. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have 10 mechanized battalion today, 11 mechanized battalion today, and 3 commands, Southern, Central, and Northern Command, I want to remind President Akufo-Addo that he didn't initiate these projects. These were projects initiated by the NDC. The NDC bequeathed them to him, and when he comes before this House to deliver a State of the Nation address, he should be mindful of the achievements we chalked. Government is a continuum, so he shouldn't just take credit and create the impression that he has outperformed all other governments under the Fourth Republic. This is the evidence, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to further state that the President added that the police now has an air wing, and so that is unprecedented. We should applaud him. We would applaud him, but I should remind him that under the NDC, the marine unit of the police service was set up for the first time in our history. The FPU was established for the first time in our history. Police visibility is nothing new. In fact, that is a policy that was rolled out under the NDC. I took part in the implementation process, Mr. Speaker. The one who actually mooted the idea, Inspector General Mohammed Al-Hassan, and we as the policy wing of government accepted his initiative, and today we have police visibility. So President Akufo-Addo should be reminded that that is a policy that is being continued. It is not unprecedented by any stretch of imagination. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, and I will mention the name of the Minister for Defense, because when he took his time to debate on Friday, Mr. Speaker, he made a statement to the effect that salaries of soldiers and police officers in this country has been tripled. This is a statement attributable directly to him. But Mr. Speaker, once again, this is not a true statement. It is misleading. He has caused outrage amongst the ranks of the military and police. They are very angry with him. And let me demonstrate this. Let me start with the police, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, Mr. Speaker, 2020 November, the police salary was increased. But right after the December election, the salary increment was unilaterally reversed. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands a publication dated Friday, 18th December 2020, and this is GhanaWeb, and I would like to read just a few paragraphs. Yes, here the police were very angry about the fact of the reversal of their salary increment. So how can the
Honorable Member get ready to wind up?
So how can the Defense Minister say the salaries of police officers?
Honorable members, you all have the time on your. You see exactly he's exceeding his time. So I'm asking him to please wind up, please.
Let me also note that in respect of the armed forces, the major increment in their salaries happened under the single spine salary structure, which was implemented in 2010 by the Professor Mills Mahama-led administration. 2010. In fact, salaries of soldiers quadrupled.
Yes.
Salaries quadrupled. Salaries of all the security services quadrupled with the implementation of the single spine salary structure.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. In conclusion, it is important to know that the only time the military saw some salary increment was in 2022.
Very well.
But
thank you very much, Honourable Member.
50% salary increment.
Thank
only 50%.
You so much.
I thank you for the opportunity.
We will now come to Honourable Moses Anim, a member for Trouble.
Thank you.
Honourable Moses, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak and debate and thank the President for the message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I know for sure that soldiers are not on the single span.
That's a fact.
And that is a fact.
They are not.
Soldiers are on 2-year annual review salary. They are not on the single span. Mr. Speaker, the most significant aspect of the president's message was the assurance and the hope he gave to this country. Mr. Speaker, when a family or a country want to be destroyed, or a society want to be destroyed, just take away hope. And the moment you take away hope or you decimate hope, the country will go to destruction. That assurance alone and the hope that the president gave to this state, that we are not in normal times, yet he is so definite in what he and the government is doing. And he thanked Ghanaians for being obedient to some of the actions and directions of the government. Mr. Speaker, the president made us aware that we should not take the 30-year constitutional Fourth Republic for granted. For granted at all. Because from Gold Coast, Ghana has struggled as to which direction or rule of governance we should take. We've seen the one-party state, we've seen the coup d'etats, we've seen attempted constitutional regimes. But from 7th January 1993, we've been so consistent that we're pursuing this democracy of the Fourth Republic. And for that matter, we should not take it for granted. Even at the verge where we have the other side sitting and directing as the speaker, we've been able to hold this parliament together in some extent, some bipartisan approach. That people thought that it was going to be a doomed situation. But we've been able to understand and accommodated ourselves. And where people were thinking that this 8th parliament is going to be a destructive parliament, this 8th parliament is not going to allow government business to take on. We've been able to accommodate each other. With some infractions, some little infractions that came in, some physical struggling that came in, yet we've been able to establish and demonstrate that we are together as a nation, and we shouldn't take that for granted. Mr. Speaker, the president said that any time at all Parliament is restored into its rightful position, that is when the power to the people prevails. Where the power to the people prevails, where delegation of power to the people prevails. And I want to remind this House that that hope and assurance that the president gave, for me, is so significant that we need to uphold and get together and move in a bipartisan manner, so that at the end of the day, we will deliver for our mandate for this country. Mr. Speaker, the president mentioned, and I want to put it this way, that in this era of COVID, and in this post-COVID era, if you want to say so, countries that will survive are those that will increase their import substitutions. Mr. Speaker, and that is very significant. And when he mentioned the items or the commodities that we are supposed to increase our domestic production on, he mentioned fish. And Mr. Speaker, ever since we entered the ministry, with the support of the president and the vice president, we realized that the policy of 2008, which is the fisheries and aquaculture policy, have been overtaken by treaties and conventions, overtaken by emerging issues in fisheries and our marine space. We've revised the 2008 fisheries and aquaculture policy. We've validated them, and we've gotten the approval of cabinet to roll the policy out. This policy hitherto was a 5 focal point policy We've increased it to 11 focal points. Today, marine is a standalone, inland is a standalone, aquaculture is a standalone, and we are saying that lagoons are supposed to be brought to life. Lagoons are supposed to be brought to life, so it will serve as a space or fisheries resources for our fisher folks. Mr. Speaker, we've decoupled post-harvest management from health, from fish health, because fish health is so significant. And as a result, we are developing the fisheries sector such that at the end of the day, we will increase production. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, the industrial trawl fleet are strictly under a gear regime. Either to the net that they were using had a vertical opening of 40 meters and a circumference opening of 120 meters. They are prohibited from catching pelagics. They are for demersals, the bottom dweller fishes. Today we've reduced the vertical opening to 10 meters and then the circumference to 60 meters. And I tell you, because we do pre-departure inspection, we do at-sea inspection, we do arrival inspection. Today, cycle is gone forever, and the juveniles are going back to the marine space, and they are being developed, and they are graviding, and they are spawning to increase production. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, we've developed our women. There's what we call the Safe Fish Certification and Licensing Class 2 regime. That will brought our women to that level where today you can go in and see a well-packaged fish, a post-harvested, a handling processing, a well-packaged fish. Mr. Speaker, today the hygienic aspect of post-harvest handling of fish is so good among our women. And you are free to enter anywhere and get a hygienic fish. Fish is very critical and very important. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, 2021, because of some of these measures, we were able to produce 628,000 metric tons. The value addition ones are not included. I believe we still have a lot of space to grow. Today, aquaculture is moving very fast. GIZ has bought into the policy of aquaculture for food and jobs. Go to the Western region, we've packaged the women so they can be off-takers, so that the small-scale aquaculture producers, the schools and the prisons are all putting together aquaculture production. And I encourage every member of this parliament, the catfish is not difficult to culture at all. At your backyard in small drums, you can easily culture the catfish. And when you have catfish at your home, you wouldn't go buying fish. At the end of the day, we will reduce importation of fish. So, members, go into catfish production, go into tilapia production, and I believe strongly we'll be able to reduce our importation of fish. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you today, the licensing regime has been streamlined. As I speak to you today, we're bringing in the automation of the premise. Elmina, the structures are ready. Go to Choco. We're targeting about 50 of them for now, and it is on board. Our VMS is working. We are introducing an electronic monitoring system with a real-time situation, with a removable disk that will capture the video images and the VMS data. Mr. Speaker, we are doing all these things to ensure two things: conservation and sustainable management of the fishery resources. And it is this way that we can easily channel the fishery resources, manage the fishery resources, ensure that we increase fishery infrastructure production. Mr. Speaker, the hatchery system has been so improved. Today you can get fingerlings that will give you an outturn of 99% viability. And it is to ensure that we produce more fish to reduce importation.
Honourable Member, may you wind up?
In winding up, Mr. Speaker, all that I want to conclude to say that the countries that will survive post-COVID are countries that will increase their import substitution. And I encourage every Ghanaian and every member of this parliament to go into aquaculture and ensure that we produce fish for ourselves. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Dr. Sandari. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on thanking His Excellency, the President, for the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as much as I thank the President for coming to this House, his message delivered was uninspiring and really not representative of the state of the nation Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the state of any nation can be measured in many ways. You can use the state of the economy. You can use the state of the health of the people to talk about the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I listened keenly to His Excellency the President. And I would say that I was not impressed because he failed to tell us the state of the people, the health state of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you make reference to messages that were delivered by His Excellency President Mills, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, in their statements, they talked about the state of the people of this country. In their messages, you find them talk about maternal mortality rate. They talked about child mortality, infant mortality, and the life expectancy of the people. Mr. Speaker, when you are talking about the state of the people or the health state, these are what we are looking for. Not the kind of things the President was mentioning under the health sector. Mr. Speaker, we all know that at the time that the President was delivering his message, the state of this nation was and is described as a state of health sector crisis. Mr. Speaker, a state of vaccine shortage, that the nation Ghana is in a state where our children, newborn children, cannot have access to basic fundamental health needs like routine vaccines. And Mr. Speaker, not only that, confronted with measles outbreak. And at the time that the President was delivering, his men in charge of health did not brief him well. He followed the tangent of the health minister, who said that thanks to God, we didn't have mortalities due to measles. And just after that, the Pediatric Society of Ghana came out with a statement that, no, President, you may have to check. We treat the people. We diagnose the children. And some have died. In fact, there was one professor who knows it all about measles and said, look, from what we saw and what we treated, it's possible that the children that died, the ones we diagnosed measles, and they died, were due to measles. So, who is the one telling the truth? The president or the doctors, the professors who are treating the measles cases that they diagnosed? And they stated that over 80% of the samples they took from these children, up till date, the results cannot be produced. Mr. Speaker, Ghana, that even testing for measles, we can't do that. What kind of state are we? Even under this president, under the MPP government, state of Ghana can't even test for measles. That measles, just testing for measles and giving results to health professionals to be able to treat well. That went to Wahala. And one of my colleagues, they say that all is well. How can all be well? How can all be well? With measles outbreak, in a state where we cannot get vaccines for our children. And when you ask, they say, oh, it's due to COVID-19. Now, the question we ask, this COVID-19, did it only come to Ghana? Mr. Speaker, COVID-19, is it only Ghana that COVID-19 affected? What about our neighboring countries? Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo. That today, Nigeria has become our savior. We cannot get vaccine due to COVID-19. Nigeria can supply us vaccine when they're also affected by COVID-19. That cannot be. I believe, and Mr. Speaker, I believe you also believe, that it can only be due to management. It can only be due to lack of planning. It's due to lack of prioritization of vaccine management. This one we should spare COVID-19. At least it contributed. But if other countries affected by COVID-19 can get, we should not be giving excuse that the state we find ourselves, we cannot get vaccines for our children is due to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about national health insurance and said that in December, by 31st December, the scheme paid a total claim of over 1 billion Ghana cedis to health service providers. Mr. Speaker, anybody who understands basic mathematics, what we teach junior high and whatever, you see, you can't make this kind of statement. And if you were in the school, you write like that, they will fail you. Mr. Speaker, 1.0, I'm landing on the true state of Ghana, that the true state is that cash and carry is back. Mr. Speaker, our medical stores in the various health facilities are empty. You can't find basic commodities. So the truth is that it's not only vaccines that are in shortage, but essential medicines, essential commodities for healthcare are also in shortage in our various health facilities. And this is what MPP government can do to this country. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Let me now turn to the man from Dunkwao. Honorable Dr. Festus Kofi. Honorable, if you have 10, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the State of the Nation address delivered by the President and the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the President indicated the progress made in the housing sector, especially in the security unit. But the 2021 population census estimated the housing deficit to 1.8 million, compared to 2010 of 2.8 million units. This reduction was as a result of the inflow or the flood of the private sector in the real estate sector and comprehensive and deliberate strategy by the government and its related agencies to reduce this housing unit. The government has undertaken a number of housing projects. Among them include the following: the Barracks Registration Project, Phase 1 and Phase 2, the Military Housing Project, Phase 1 and Phase 2, and the Ghana Military Academy Infrastructure are all expected to be completed within a year. Mr. Speaker, 320 units located at Ghana National Police Training Service at Tesano, Phase 3 and Phase 4, will also be completed, and we have 504 housing units involved. About 100 court houses have also been done for the judges. TDC is also constructing about 139 blocks, comprising about 3,016 housing units. State Housing Corporation Company has also undertaken a number of projects that goes beyond the security service. If you go to urban premium projects comprising of 40 units at Adenta is completed, Koforidia Affordable Housing Project of 342 housing is also progressing steadily. The project is also progressing about 120 units at Sevilla also and Poregu, all at the various stages of completion. Construction of 121 2 to 3 bedroom apartments and townhouses at Ridge Airport and Roman Ridge are also ongoing. Construction of 68 housing units at Ntebia under the development program is also progressing. These are rare and verifiable projects across the country. As if that is not enough, this year, not all the people in this country can acquire properties. We also have to look at the youth and the vulnerable ones. The government has launched National Rental Assistance Scheme this year by our Excellency Dr. Alhaji Babawuya. And the entire policy objective is to increase access to safe, secure, and affordable rental housing for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, why do we describe the state of the nation as disingenuous, as deceitful, as unreal? The President made some admissions. Yes, there are some challenges, economic challenges, and he also came out of how to solve those problems. Among the challenges that the President admitted is high inflation rates, the weakened cedi, and above all, the debt exchange program that is ongoing. Ghana have had our inflation move from 7.8 in 2020 And by December 2021, this figure was about 10%. 3 months in February, it was 15, it moved to 30% by June 2022. And by October, the figure was 45, and we ended the year with 54% of the inflation. But the question then is, what are the causes of this inflation? We've heard at various programs by our colleagues that it is because of Bank of Ghana printed 40-something billion cedis into the system that has caused this inflation. But Mr. Speaker, the President indicated, one, that we need to reduce our import bills. Last 2 years, the import bill for the country was 7.6. Within 2 years, it has gone up by 13.6 billion. If that were to be investment flow, fine, but essential commodities like rice, meat, oil, even wood, we import into this country. Mr. Speaker, let me just give you some few statistics about things that we import in this country that is not helping us. Rice and cereals, $522 million. Chicken and fish, 571. 721 million. Meat, 35. Vegetables, 34.9. We have wood, 297. Wheat, 139 million. And palm oil, $136 million into this country. Why do you have to increase our import for rice? We need to develop the taste for our local rice. That is the only way we can reduce the pressure on the city. We have colleagues here who are into rice cultivation. I know Honorable Akando is into it. We have our former Deputy of Road and Highways, Dr. Odin, who is also into rice production. And we have few of them also production. Why do we want to develop taste for foreign products? Another factor that also caused the inflation is also the cedi depreciation. The cedi depreciation from 6.4 percent from January, by the end of the year, it was 13%, almost 100%. And if we are importing 13 billion from outside the country that are all we use the dollar to import, what do you expect to happen in our cedi depreciation? From Ghana Statistical Service, about 33.9% of our current inflation was as a result of imported inflation. So we need to reduce our import bills. It was also stated by the President that we must also increase the local capacity to produce certain products. And these are the rice and the cereals and the rest. Meaning that the President has preferred solution to this, our inflation. We should reduce our import bills. He didn't say only in the short term, but the medium and the long term. Coupled with the increase in the production of our local products, it means we are really solving the inflation. The President indicated in a four-fold strategy. 2 is what is addressing this inflationary issue. The third factor that accounted for the inflation, obvious, is the high import oil prices. We also saw how the price of oil went. The fourth factor, which is also a fact, is the COVID. And after COVID, what is the next factor? After COVID, what is the next factor? The next factor is the Ukraine and the Russia war. So why do you attribute the high inflation to Bank of Ghana printing so much money into the system? Bank of Ghana, let me put it on record. Apart from Giraffe and the audit service, is the institution that we have the best accountants we have in this country. So you cannot rubbish them. And whatever they do is more of professional base. They don't just print money. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 conditions under which Bank of Ghana can print money. One, which is basic, is the replacement of the mutilated notes. 2, is any time there's a GDP growth, the percentage equivalent of it is also, money is also created to the system. The third one is against turbulence or for contingency basis. That is done every country between 10 to 50%. And the fourth one, which you all know, is the CD designated loan that we use to purchase our cocoa. The foreign currency is used to preserve our currency in the terms of reserves. And this CD equivalent is what is printed to buy the cocoa. This is done. And it has been doing this ever. So I'm surprised that our colleagues are saying Bank of Ghana has printed cash, Bank of Ghana has printed cash. This is how the various conditions under which Bank of Ghana can get money. And the reserves that we use is what has been supporting us. In 2021, Ghana, we recorded 9.56 import cover with a reserve of 10 billion. That was very unprecedented.
Honorable Festus, your time is getting up.
So
let's wind up, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, the last bit is the idea that Bank of Ghana has gone beyond the 10% mandate. Mr. Speaker, Bank of Ghana has the constitutional mandate to protect this country. And since 2002, since this act came to being, we have never been able to achieve the 10% ratio that is in. If you can go back to 2001 to 2000, up to date, not up, it is only in 2007 that we were able to achieve the 6.75. So how come at that time we didn't attribute a problem to Bank of Ghana? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me now come to Honorable Senator Lawrence. Honorable, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the history of the state of the nation. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, the state of the nation. I just got a little bit confused because I think the first 20 minutes or so of the President's address were based on historical events. So I wasn't really sure whether we're talking about the current state or the past. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, in the President's address, he said that the SONA was to give a fair account of the state of our nation. I have to give an account, and I quote, I have to give an account of the state of our economy, our governance, of our national culture and attitudes. Which is why I was a bit confused about the initial statements with regards to the current affairs of our nation. Mr. Speaker, in previous addresses, he mentioned election expenditure copiously, and I had hoped that he was going to do the same this time around with regards to the 2020, since we were delving into historic. That didn't happen. Mr. Speaker, the President gave us one small sentence on Galamsey, and his contribution to that was exactly as I say. Mr. Speaker, we continue the fight against Galamsey with the support of security agencies in the short term. In previous addresses, he even went as far as mentioning the turbidity of some of our water bodies. And in science, when you want to show that you have actually made an improvement in something, you use your previous and you compare it to the current. And one would have expected that the same measurements or the criteria that were used to determine that the government was winning the fight against Galamsey would have been repeated to give the public a fair understanding that indeed progress was being made. But sadly enough, this was not to be the case. And so one still wonders what aspect of the fight it is that is going on and how far we are winning this fight. Mr. Speaker, in also mentioning the Galamsey, the fight against Galamsey, there was no mention with regards to arrests or convictions or even confiscation of equipment that was being used to destroy our water bodies and our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, over 15 paragraphs were dedicated to how the government handled the COVID pandemic in 2020. Over 15 paragraphs. and yet not one mention with regards to what was going to happen to the funds that were realigned and used for COVID that were supposed to be used for the re-engineering of the drains in Greater Accra. And only a few days ago, we had one main downpour which resulted in severe flooding in some areas in Accra, not giving our constituents enough reassurance that indeed the government is doing enough to resolve some of these matters that are of great concern. Mr. Speaker, the President made reference to the digitization and digitalization of so many of the agencies in Ghana and mentioned the NIA. Sadly enough, as much as he boasted about these achievements, he neglected to mention the deficit of 3.5 million cards that were held up in a bonded warehouse as a result of financial issues, nor did he mention the fact that 2.5 million Ghanaians have still not had their cards printed. This, Mr. Speaker, is something that borders on our national security, because to deprive eligible Ghanaian citizens of the right to register to vote can create tensions and undermine the gains that we've made in the last 30 years of this Fourth Republic. And to assure Ghanaians that the government was going to do a lot more to ensure that Ghanaians who were eligible to or who are eligible to vote will not be disenfranchised as a result of any unfair laws that will be put in place, nor because of the delays from the NIA. When the President mentioned that Ghana was ranked as #1 tourist destination in West Africa, I found that quite encouraging and decided to look up the report from the World Economic Forum. And to my dismay, the report presents Ghana as 101 out of 117 countries with regards to tourist destinations. Mr. Speaker, I mention this with great concern because I must ask whether those who are providing the data to the President are providing data that speaks to the global condition, that speaks to the African condition, and does not skew data to give a false impression of Ghana doing better than she actually is. The state of the nation is not to brag about things, but to also know that you are aware of what is going wrong and what your government is putting in place to resolve and to reassure your citizens that things are being put in place to make their lives better. Mr. Speaker, on page 13, the President made reference to the fact that a lot of gains have been made with regards to the Accra Initiative. And I will quote the statement over here in order to make reference to what I'm about to say. In this second half of the paragraph, he says, we are working with our partners in the region to strengthen regional cooperation in the fight against the terrorist menace in West Africa, hence our commitment to the Accra Initiative. Mr. Speaker, the President's recent utterances on his visit to the US certainly did not help in the cooperation with members of the Accra Initiative with regards to what he said about Burkina Faso. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the country that poses the greatest threat to our internal security is the one that is on our northern border, Burkina Faso. And unfortunately, those utterances that were made undermined the relations between Burkina Faso and Ghana, which are not healthy given the fact that we rely on intelligence accurately and timely given to us from our sister nation in order to ensure that our troops are in the right place at the right time and we are making sure that we're keeping our citizens safe. Mr. Speaker, the President needs to address this issue and as quickly as possible rectify the damage that has been done to this relationship that we share with Burkina Faso in order to actually ensure that the Accra Initiative achieves its desired objective. Mr. Speaker, as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and given the fact that the President presides over all the ministries, it was unfortunate that he made no mention about the current state of our prisons. Mr. Speaker, he made mention about the police and helicopters that have been provided and mentioned how the state of security in this country is certainly improved because motorcycle riders actually stop at red lights. Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about civilians being killed in their homes in some regions of Ghana because of ethnic conflicts, when we're speaking about people being robbed in their homes, people's phones being snatched right in the middle of Accra, to not make mention of other facilities, of other agencies, was quite unfortunate. We have over 40% above capacity crowding in our prisons. In the NPP's manifesto with regards to security, there was a promise to deal with the issue of separating the convicted and the remand inmates. That has still not happened. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the President to make an urgent visit to at least the Nsawam prison to see the state of affairs there. Also, to remind the President that the NDC started work on Nsawam to expand the facilities, and none of that has continued since he took over. He's in his second term, and as a matter of fact, the second half of his second term. It's important that he actually addresses the matter of the expansion of the Nsawam prison in order to be able to continue what was started under President Mahama when the NDC was in office. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a lawyer who's well known for his position on human rights, he more than any other should appreciate that it is certainly an abuse of the rights of human beings to be in a remand that is overcrowded and to be provided with substandard facilities and not have that means of even a dignified existence, even if they have been convicted of crimes and they are in prison. Mr. Speaker, this needs to be addressed with immediate effect.
Honourable Member, your time is getting up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, the fact that we have seen an increase in the tensions with regards to civil-military relations is something that the President should have spoken to, given the fact that we've had several incidents of clashes between our armed forces and our civilians, which speaks to an underlying criminality and makes one wonder whether perhaps the police service has been overwhelmed, because per our Constitution, the armed forces or the military is not to be called in unless the police are overwhelmed with what it is that they are meant to do. Is there an issue with regards to the training? Is there an issue with regards to how they are deployed, the police, within our various communities? These are issues that the President should have spoken to. Our very security, our internal security is key given what is happening on our external borders. And if some of these issues with
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much. Civil-military relations need to be addressed as a matter of urgency in order to protect and preserve the sanctity of peace and stability in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now call Honourable Jalula. Honourable Jalula. Yes. Honourable, the floor is yours now. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to speak on the motion titled that this Honourable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which was delivered to this Honourable House on Wednesday, 8th March 2023. Mr. Speaker, the President is enjoined by the Constitution, Article 67, to present a message on the state of the nation at the beginning of each session and also at the end of the Parliament. And Mr. President, having been a member of this House for 3 terms, expertly came around to deliver a message. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President spoke on the true issues confronting the nation today. Mr. Speaker, it is a trite knowledge that across the globe, every economy is suffering due to the impact of COVID-19 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Our brothers on the other side do not really want to hear that. Experts all over the world, across the globe, including the Bretton Woods institutions, believe that this double whammy or twin whammies have dealt negatively on all the economies of the world. Mr. Speaker, until the advent of COVID-19, Ghana was doing really well. In some 40 years, we never had a surplus balance of trade. But under the rulership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, between 2017 and 2019, Ghana had balance of trade surpluses. Again, by January 2020, the inflation rate had come down to a single digit of 7.8. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, let me just quote page 4 of His Excellency's message on the state of the nation. And I read, "This is what I told this House on 20th February 2020. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, we have reduced inflation to its lowest level, which is 7.8% in January 2020, since 1992. For the first time in over 40 years, we have had a fiscal deficit below 5% of GDP for 3 years in a row. For the first time in over 20 years, the balance of trade, that is the difference between export and import, has been in surplus for 3 consecutive years. Our current account deficit is shrinking. Interest rates are declining, and the average annual rate of depreciation of the cedi is at its lowest for any first-term government in the Fourth Republic." Unquote, Mr. Speaker. This is how His Excellency the President managed the economy until the advent of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, then came the COVID-19, where everybody got panicky because we didn't have any signs on how to manage it. The cities, big cities, were partially locked down. Our land borders were closed, airports closed, and that resulted in the spending of the government to keep our people hygiene by supplying free water, subsidized electricity, paid workers when they were not going to work. And Mr. Speaker, we went onto our phones, and particularly I went to wealthometer.info every minute to see the rate of infections in the world, the total infections, the total deaths, the active cases, recovered cases, and etc. Today, people who got panicky because of this situation are now blaming the president president on how he managed the situation. And we all saw on the international media how people were dying. But the president didn't want that to happen. I do not want to remind people of the pain they went through when their relatives lost their lives to the pandemic. But it is true that we lost sons and daughters of the soil to pandemic, and the reason we acted the way we did. Mr. Speaker, despite all the challenges that I have recounted, the president managed to do a lot of work when we come to the development of the country. Under the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it is evident across the length and breadth of the country. The president has managed to build 1D, 1Fs in so many districts and constituencies. And I'm privileged to be one of the MPs here who have benefited from the 1D, 1F project. We have a cassava factory that has been put up for us. Under the infrastructure, a lot of classrooms, chips compounds, clinics, lecture rooms have been put up for our little ones to get a place to learn. Mr. Speaker, again, if you come to the intangibles, I will leave the road sector for my boss who is more competent enough to make a comment. I've heard my brothers at the other side shouting road. It is trite knowledge that under the rulership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we have constructed, if you like, we have built 11,975 kilometers of roads, as compared to the NDC's paltry record of 4,600 and something. Yes, the evidence is there. Mr. President annexed the white book, and you have a copy. You can go and check. Nobody can dispute that. When you come to the soft assets that Mr. President did for the country, the first one I want to mention is the free SHS. Mr. President, I am here because I enjoyed free SHS. Back in the days, the northern regions had free SHS, and the reason I managed to go to school. Today, under the administration of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, every school-going child in Ghana can go to school free of charge until they finish SHS. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, beyond that, today we have digitalized almost all our processes. If you go to NHIA, where I have worked before, you don't need to walk to the offices to renew or to subscribe. You sit in the comfort of your home and you go on your phone and you are able to enroll or to renew. If you come to the application of passports, birth certificates, DVLA, everything has been digitalized thanks to the efforts of Dr. E. Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who has been championing digitalization in Ghana. We now have digital address system, port automation, and what have you. Today, the President has managed to bring Dumso under control. Whereas in other jurisdictions, especially in South Africa, where recently they have appointed somebody to be a Dumso minister, electricity minister, to be able to deal with their Dumso issues. Mr. Speaker, the President has brought peace, or has maintained peace in this country. Our borders are protected and we have internal peace. But one thing I will say is that we need to respect the men in uniform. In the past, it was scary for somebody to even walk past a police officer or border guard in those days, or a military officer. Today, what do we see? People want to even snatch the caps of the uniformed men, even take their guns from them. I will expect Ghanaians to give respect to people in uniform because they are there for us. Mr. Speaker, a lot is there to be said, but let me say that beyond all these challenges, Mr. President is employing. He has employed a lot in the education sector, the health sector, local government sector, even the temporary employment of forestry assistants, the YEA. And as we speak now, the process is ongoing to recruit more teachers into GES. Mr. Speaker, I would want to conclude by saying that despite all the things, the negative things that has plagued the economy of Ghana, the President has managed to keep the ship sailing up to date. And Ghanaians should have hope and keep faith with him. And I want to say that there's light at the tunnel. The IMF have had an agreement, staff level agreement.
You've exhausted your time.
Mr. Speaker, IMF has had a staff level agreement with IMF, and hopefully in April, the IMF Executive Board will approve this in. Mr. Let me conclude by saying that the President has secured our borders between us and our neighboring countries, and the relationship between Ghana and Burkina Faso remains very strong. But let me say, Isaiah 40:31 says, "But those who, I quote, but those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on the wings like eagles.
Honorable
They will run and not grow weary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, are you called Thomas? Thomas Ampiniako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I'm disappointed you don't know my first name. So, Thomas, a very optimistic Thomas. I know you are familiar with Ampiniako, but my first name is Thomas. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, there is this popular story about a student who prepared very well for an examination, thinking that the topic that was going to appear in the exams was about the types of rainfall. So he chewed everything he knew about rainfall. But when he appeared in the exams room, to his disappointment, the question that appeared was the tropical rainforest. So this student was found wanted. But he said, either way, there is rain in the question that appeared. And so he said, one may ask what is rain. Then he started pouring everything that he had learned about rain and wrote extensively about types of rainfall. But when the exams results came, the examiner wrote deviated. That is exactly what His Excellency the President did on the floor here. Yeah. He was here based on Article 67 of our Constitution. And the article tells us that the President shall, at the beginning of each session of Parliament and before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation.
Yes.
We all heard the President. In fact, about 15 minutes into his address, we were wondering whether he was delivering the state of the nation, Ghana, or somewhere else. And he had chewed all the state of the nation address he presented to this floor in 2020. So you heard him quoting, reproducing his own address that he had learned previously for 2020. And I wasn't surprised that Honorable Jalula did the same thing right now. Instead of telling us the current state of our nation, he was telling us the inflation rate for 2020 at 7.8. For your information, the current rate of inflation in this country is 53%, way above 50%. So why are you not telling us that? But you are quoting inflation rate so many years ago. The President missed an opportunity to carry Ghanaians to appreciate the situation in which we are now and to help him get us out of it. Mr. Speaker, earlier speakers have mentioned that at the time that the President was delivering his address, soldiers were in Ashaiman and they were abusing the rights of the citizens of Ashaiman. A soldier had been killed in Ashaiman. The President did not see the need to mention that. In the same week that the President was here to present the state of Ghana, the nation Ghana, a construction company, a Brazilian construction company, the contractor, had laid off more than 1,500 construction workers in the Ashanti region. Unemployment is worsening in Ashanti region alone. The President did not see the need to talk about that. Our cedi has depreciated significantly, and today, the dollar is selling in excess of 12 cedis officially. The President did not see the need to talk about these things. Yes. So he missed an opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, my recommendation to this House is that the next time we are bringing a President like that to come and address us on the state of the nation, let us send him a template and tell him that these are the things you should talk about. So we should help the President not to deviate, so that at least he will get some small marks. Mr. Speaker, our friends, and indeed the President, have been talking about the state of the economy in 2017, 2018, 2019. There is a very basic principle in economics that talks about the response lag. Yes. And the response lag tells us that whenever you implement any economic policy, be it monetary or fiscal, there is a time lag between the time that you implement the policy and the period that the impact of the policy is felt on the economy. You don't implement any economic policy and get the impact on the economy the same year. There is always a time lag. And so all the successes that you are talking about in 2017, 2018, 2019 were the results of the economic policies that were implemented prior to that period. And those were the economic policies of President John Dramani Mahama. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, today we are feeling the impact of the economic policies that were implemented in this country in 2018, 2019, 2020. So we are now feeling the impact of the economic policies of Nanado and Baumia. Yeah. So they should always acknowledge this fact, that whatever policies they are implementing, it will take time for the impact of that policy to be felt in the economy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the address that the President presented, he was telling us that he has not been reckless. And indeed, on page 6, third paragraph, the President told us that it was government that asked for the COVID funds to be audited, and that I can assure this House that nothing dishonorable was done with the COVID funds. Mr. Speaker, I doubted if the President himself took time to read the report by the Auditor General. If he did, he would have realized that the report indicated that 9,999,444 cedis was spent on providing hot meals during COVID period. And what is striking about this is that they said all this amount was paid by cash. Oh. They did not use the banking systems to settle this. So they carried cash in sacks, 12 million cedis, like that to go and settle the payment. And what is even more worrying is that retirement for this 12 million cedis was done by only ANA certificate. So somebody took a sheet of paper and a pen and wrote that I, Kwesi Menu, received so much for the provision of this. They did not even retire with receipts. They retired 12 million cedis with ANA certificates. If this is not dishonorable, what else can be dishonorable? The President suggested that he has not been reckless. But Mr. Speaker, the President's and this government's recklessness goes way beyond COVID expenditure. You'll recall that on assumption to the reins of this country, the President chose to appoint 125 ministers. When Ghanaians complained in this House, he told us that the end will justify the means. This is the end. It has truly justified the means. That decision to employ 125 ministers was reckless. So the President has been reckless. Yes. The decision to hire presidential jets for $18,000 an hour for many hours, many days for his trip was reckless. Withdrawal of over 300 million cedis for the so-called National Cathedral was reckless. The decision to spend over 20 billion cedis to collapse banks, when half of that amount could have been used to save the banks, was reckless.
Highly reckless.
The decision to exclude important debt from the computation of our national debt. In fact, the amount spent on the financial sector cleanup was excluded, ESLA was excluded, Dachi bonds were excluded, just to create artificial space for them to go on borrowing spree was reckless. Yes. So this government has been reckless. Yes. Their failure to go to IMF when everybody advised them to do, the delay has caused us so much. That decision was reckless. This government has been reckless. Yes. the decision to ask the Bank of Ghana to finance your budget deficit in excess of 40 billion cedis in a year was reckless. Yes. To ask the Bank of Ghana to print money for you to do this was reckless. So Nanado, Dr. Bawumia have been very reckless in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, under the watch of Nanado and Bawumia, for the first time in our recent history, inflation has exceeded 50%. For the first time in our history, 1 liter of diesel has crossed 20 Ghana cedis. For the first time in our history, we have appointed 125 ministers. For the first time in our history, our currency has hit more than 14 cedis per dollar.
Honorable, your time is almost
For the first, I'm concluding. For the first time in our history, our debt has exceeded 100% of our GDP. For the first time in our history, 7 banks have been collapsed. For the first time in our history, Ghana has been downgraded by all rating agencies to the lowest ever. For the first time in our history, Ghana has lost access to the international bond market. For the first time in our history, Ghana is bankrupt. Mr. Speaker, posterity will judge this government harshly. At the mention of the names Nanado and Bawumia, their descendants will bow down their heads in shame. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we have had 5 contributors from each side, and that was agreement. Leadership, that was an agreement. So let me come to you, leadership. What is your pressure?
Mr. Speaker, that's about all we have for today.
Lydia, speak up, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, that's about all we have for today. I therefore move that today's proceeding be adjourned to tomorrow. (10 a.m. in the forenoon. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are ready to work, but obviously, I second the motion. Mr. Speaker, that will not be part of the records. Leadership agreed. Mr. Speaker, leadership agreed that we would have 5 each. If there is any other thing that my colleague wants us to transact, we are ready to transact that business. Speaker, the reason I raised that is that this morning we agreed that after the debate we will take some statements. But obviously, well, we'll move. Mr. Speaker, we can end the day.
Honorable members, I just want to remind you that we are also having a national awards, and some of us may have to be there. So on that note, we will bring proceedings to a close. So you move a motion, please.
Mr. Speaker, we are actually doing this on the behalf of our colleague. He is receiving an award and we are closing early to go and support him. So you don't behave as if we are doing this for ourselves. And you know it. So you don't come here and behave as if we are doing something new.
Yes. Honorable Minority Leadership, may you second the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Well, honorable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and it has been seconded. I'll therefore put the question. And the question is, all those in favor that the House adjourn to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, the 15th of March 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. People got sending me sick from lemonade finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Right there.
Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's conversation is one that has really broken marriages, broken trust. And here, as we love to say, we love to spice up your relationship. So let's give you the ones and twos, things that you do in your marriage that can cause a separation or divorce, and if possible, avert it. So I have here with me, seated in my couch, Anastasia Okine. She is a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl. She is a foundation. Yeah, they are doing amazing. Later on, we're going to talk about that. Sure. So, Anas, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Great. And we've been sandwiched by the senior accounts manager of Benchmark Marketing, Victor Wellridge. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I love your gray hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Victor is married. Let me just add that too. But Anastasia and I will be doing the conversation. We're just taking a look at what will influence a wife or a husband to hide properties from their spouse. It's a big deal. It's a deal breaker for some people, and to date, it's caused a lot of separation. So we just want to find out, generally, if you say for better, for worse, a man will leave his home and join his wife, the two shall become one. Vic, I just want to find out, what will influence a man to say, okay, I have properties, but I don't want my wife to know about it, I'm keeping it, and until when do you even disclose your assets?
Right. All right. So thank you very much, Paula. It's a pleasure to be on your show.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
Yeah. Yeah. So this particular topic is a very big deal when it comes to marriage. Not just marriage, even with friendships and people in relationships. You know, keeping things, coveting things, hiding things, secrets. Secrets are always a major topic in any relationship. That determines the make or break of it. So when somebody keeps a secret, with your phone, your password, it starts from there, you know.
password issues. So in a relationship, I want to start from a certain angle. So when you're in a relationship and then you quarrel and argue about passwords, I don't know your password. Every week you change your password. I don't know. I want to know about it. I want to know why you're keeping passwords. And you argue about it, you argue about it, you argue about it. You even break up because of password. Somehow you come back and then one day you decide that let's marry. So you marry. Yet you still have the issue of password in your marriage. You send it into your marriage. What has happened is that you've not solved a problem that has the potential of escalating to something big, as we are discussing in this topic, of you acquiring something and then keeping it from your partner. So if you have mastered the way and will to even keep passwords from your partner, then you can do the same with any other thing, all right? And you see, when you get to a point in your marriage where the marriage now is about convenience, you know, we are married because of the kids, of our one children. And I'm in this marriage because of my children, not you anymore. When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, you know, be responsible for them or be accountable to them.
Okay,
right?
So you're not feeling the responsibility to be accountable to them leads one to hide properties or whatever it is from
yes,
their
it's one of the factors.
It's one of the factors.
It's one of, there are so many other factors.
But let me ask you, you're married.
Yes.
Would you hide such a thing from your partner, or you are very open?
Well, I'm very, very open. If I will hide anything, then it could be for a good motive. It could be for a reason that maybe I want to buy her a particular car.
You save the good motive for now. Now let's play the devil's advocate. So, and as Vic described it as a secret, keeping a secret from your partner, I just want to find out from you, if you're married, are you going to declare all your assets to your husband?
So then my question will be, at what point did I acquire these assets, right? So did I acquire them before the marriage or within the marriage? Now, if it is before the marriage, I don't see the need to.
Okay.
Because the thing is that, what am I declaring these assets to you for? What is the end goal, right? Is it to where you come to participate in the sustenance of what I have had before I met you? What is that knowledge of use to you for? If it's not, then I don't see any reason. However, if we are at a certain point in our relationship where declaring it, it's just like, you've got yours, I've got mine. It really doesn't affect anything, whether I know it or not. Okay, I'm just going to say it, but that's just for saying sake, not to get any, you know, contribution or some sort of, you know, ownership or claiming from the partner. No, I'm not going to declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
So that's the thing. We tend to keep things. I think our generation currently, we tend to keep things from our partners because the people we end up with are not deserving. If you are really in love with someone, if you really chose right, this is the person who is meant for you, this is the person you see building a future with, I don't see what will hinder you from being open to them. These are the people who see your nakedness, you're having a child with the person, for better, for worse, you sleep in the same bed. Like, I don't really, of course, it might be that maybe the person that you're marrying is selfish and you've seen certain characters, as Anas was saying. If you come clean and then we are good, but then I really don't understand when it's married, because you are married, of course, so how?
You see, something must always go wrong for you to change your character towards your partner, right? So you may have experienced or seen a certain recurring problem with the person, with your partner, and you realize that this guy is not changing. Perhaps he's selfish, all right? So if he's selfish with his things, then why don't you also be selfish with yours? Okay.
But the thing is, wouldn't you have recognized these signs in the premarital stage?
Yes, you have. That's why I mentioned the thing about passwords. You see, it starts from somewhere.
The signs are always
passwords are so trivial. Dating, like, that's not...
Yeah, some people literally break up because of toothpaste. You understand? And how their partner is not using it well. All right? Passwords are a big deal in certain relationships. Okay? You keep passwords and I don't know why I can't pick your calls. I don't know why I can't know your password to know what's inside your phone.
All right.
And some people go to their bathrooms with their phones.
They're just busy something.
I got stuff to do. I know.
So if you find out that your husband, let's not say you have decided, okay, maybe sometimes if you getting married and then you've acquired properties before the marriage, you love to keep it to yourself. But how would you feel if your partner, maybe of 10 years or 15 years, you find out that he's got a complex. This complex is making money for him and all that, and maybe you have a joint account and this joint account is where you spend money from. How would you feel if would you say you've been betrayed if you find out that your partner had a huge edifice that is fetching him equal money that, you know, he knew nothing about it?
So yeah, that's a problem, because at this point, our agreements within this marriage is we are going to have a joint account. But then if that's the basis of our marriage, right, then to a certain degree, I would want to know, except we agreed on a specific amount. And so whichever way I'm bringing in that income, you don't need to know about it, right? But then if now you've got something elsewhere, and you still demand the same things of me per our marital agreement. I'm a woman, you're a man. What is the foundation of our marriage? Are we paying traditional gender roles here, right? Are we saying that you, the man, are the sole provider of the family we are creating for ourselves, such that to my underwear and everything is on you? And that is what a traditional marriage is. That is what we came to see growing up. I mean, within the context of traditional marriages with our parents and our grandparents and whatnot. Fortunately enough, it's not like that these days anymore. But if we are going that route, right, then I would want to know where else your money is coming from, because that is the agreement from the beginning. If it's not, then I don't care. Again, I'm the person is gonna, okay, so why are you hiding this sort of? But then was he intentionally hiding it? Such that when he sees me coming, he's trying to put stuff, you know, somewhere else. That is just being malicious.
Let me just put it down there. Can we? Kaba but it's a thing that sometimes they tell women who are going to get married. Yeah. Now you are married, so I'd love to get your view on this. In a situation where you made mention that sometimes it's for the good purpose. Yeah. So maybe for your 10th anniversary, you want to give a big gift to your partner, so then you are hiding this thing from the person. But in the case where you're going to get married and then your mom or your family tells you that, okay, you know, you are going to form a family, but you have to get something for the family. So then as a woman, she's thinking, I need to build a house for my mom, but I don't have to tell my partner. So you start the project, you buy the land, you start the project, you are building, and then your husband, it might be your money or odo, but then for your husband to find out that, okay, you are building a home or a house for your family and I knew nothing about it, I just want to know, are you obligated to tell the man that you are in the same house, the same room with that? This is the project I'm doing for my family. Maybe this is the project I'm doing for my sister. Or you say you move like that. Does that work? Oh, I'm just doing my thing. Does that work in marriage? Or once you come together, it should be a partnership?
Yes, absolutely. You see, once you're in a legal agreement with someone, unless maybe you just go and do the traditional, even the traditional thing is now legal. So once you're in a legal agreement with someone, whatever you do, whatever you acquire within that legal agreement, it's for both of you. So if the lady decides that I'm building a family house for her family, and she's doing that secretly, and I find out, sorry, I can take her to court. I can take her to court, and then the court will decide how that property will be distributed or shared. Definitely it won't go to her family. You understand? Because whatever it is, the resource that she's using to build that particular building would come from maybe the peace of mind I have given her at home. There's a certain stake, whether it is monetary or psychological. I have given her a certain peace of mind to be able to acquire wealth to build for her family. So I have a stake in there. Let me give you a story. So there was this banker who decided to divorce his wife of over 30 years of marriage for a younger lady. Then he decided to just let her go with nothing.
No compensation.
Nothing. You understand? And the lawyer for the lady, the woman who was basically facilitating the process, did some digging and discovered that this man, on retirement, had built a 5-bedroom apartment somewhere. In the
never knew.
The wife never knew all the period they were married, and he was planning to go and live there with his new bride. You understand? Once that was disclosed, it was tendered in the courts that this man has a property. Therefore, if he's leaving the wife, that property should be given to the wife. And he had another apartment or another building, so he can live in that, and the new one given to the wife. So this man literally intentionally did not want to give anything to his wife. You understand? But it was discovered, and the courts took it for her because he acquired it whilst they were married.
They were married. And I said, it looks like you want to counter that.
Yeah, because the thing is, now I would want to ask, what was the basis of the divorce? He asked for the divorce, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why did he ask for a divorce? Because automatically, when you ask for a divorce, as one partner in a relationship, you are 70% or some sort of percentage guaranteed to walk away with nothing from the marriage. Right? Now, if it's based on infidelity, that's where you have some sort of security that you are going to get something out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, but this was not based on infidelity.
And the man wants to just bounce.
She did not, well, he said he doesn't have any property, doesn't own anything. That was his argument, right? Yet, he had built a 5-bedroom house. He wanted to go and live in with his new bride. So he was literally hiding it. So when it was discovered, the court took it for the wife.
Well, it's somebody's situation, but I think it's all these things that we have. But then, as a woman, what will make you suspicious that maybe my husband is hiding something? Because it all starts with the suspicion, and the people start digging and they realize that they have properties.
Right.
What are some of the signs?
What would be a sign? I feel like if you don't go looking for them, you will not find them, first of all. Now, if you go looking, it's probably, I mean, based on maybe they are trying to hide certain documents from you. You see certain text messages or you've heard something, I don't know. But personally, I would not go poke. If they don't find it, they don't think I'm worthy or I should know about what they are doing.
You're not going to push it.
I'm not going to push it, especially if I know that I have no contribution towards it, and if that's not how we operate in our marriage. I'm not going to push it. But then if I don't, I expect him also not to push it when he also recognizes that I'm also doing stuff aside.
Okay, so it all boils down to the agreement in the marriage.
Exactly.
If you guys are like, okay, we are building properties, but then in the case when it's a loving relationship, you put your all into it. So those who put their all into it and find out that they've been cheated, they are the ones that, it hurts most. But then if you're like, we are
But
there
the thing
together.
is, even with the all also means that what are we operating by? Right? Like we said from the beginning, you are a hard-working woman, and I always feel for a lot of men, because in our setting, right, mostly women are the ones who are going to end up losing at the end of the day when it comes to a divorce. How many times have we seen men walking on the streets mad, and the reason for their mental whatever is because
heartbreak and all that? It happens, but then
compared to women, way more than women.
Okay, I have to do the research.
Way more than women.
No.
Okay.
See, if you just walk out there, count all the men you see out there.
Maybe
they are more than women. And most of them, you see, the thing is, the emotional instability and emotional issues, women have the tendency to absorb and contain it better than men.
I think it's true. No, a lot of women enjoy a lot of things. It's true. In marriages, you have to go in there. You're thinking, oh, for the men, for the kids, for all that, and then the state. So that's why a lot of women end up.
And a lot of men even die before their wives. So many men die before their wives. Just look at.
But that's not because of emotional instability.
No, I'm just talking about. You see, women have a certain tenacity to hold things.
Because the society has made us done so.
Yes. So
as a woman,
so the woman has adapted to it. The man hasn't.
All right. So we can go on with that, but then I just want us to take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now we're coming to you from Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. You can walk in anytime from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. And the services here are amazing. They have haircut here, braiding for the ladies and the gents. They even have dreads. You can come in for your braiding. They do facials and they do pedicure. Walk-in is a conducive place. You can sit, you can chat, you can bring your boyfriends, your girlfriends and all that. So for the women, you can bring your man whilst he's getting a haircut and you're getting braids. They are absolutely good. So you pass by Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall for all the amazing services. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back and forth with it and all that. But then I just want to create a scenario. Recently, there was this story in the news where a woman who is married, they have a kid, right? There's another child on the way. But the man is looking for separation, which might lead to divorce. Simply put, he realized that his wife was hiding a property, like, apartment where fetches her money rent. And then she's got other cars where she used for this Uber, boats, stuff like that. And then with all this, the husband never knew. Now, what is more painful is that this woman earns more than the man in salary, right? He had no idea about it. So he's earning like something less than 5,000 cedis monthly. He gives the woman half of that. And she has all these properties that can fetch her money. And then she also makes demands, okay, I want a phone. If he doesn't get it, then she's pissed. So when the man found out that this was what his wife was doing, he's like, this is the death of me. Now the marriage is on the verge of the collapse, and then the woman is like, oh, she will do better. She's going to change the name into their name. And then she did that because she wanted to secure property for the family. That is one of the biggest reasons that people give. Now, I want to find out from you and us, what the woman did, is it justifiable? And then moving forward, she wants to save her marriage. She's opted that, okay, fine, at this moment, I'm willing to change into it. I messed up. That is what she's saying, just to save her marriage. From a woman's perspective, do you think what the woman did, the circumstances, the situation at home, and how she handled the issue, milking the husband, while she could easily afford all those things, was it right? Was it the best thing she could have done?
I think what's at play here is a sense of morality and legality, right? So I feel like in a situation like this, we can't judge right and wrong. A lot of people don't base off right and wrong off morals. It's based on the law, right? In this sense, who is this woman? I think she's very malicious and whatever, vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, I don't think because it looks like the trajectory of their relationship, the man was the provider.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. Which had been agreed. That's how come he never had a problem with it from the beginning. What she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with the money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wanted? What if there was no substantial evidence of that money she's acquired over all those years and such a thing never came out? Would that have been a problem? I feel like the man is being overly emotional.
So wait, if you were the husband and then you found out this was what your husband was doing, how would you handle it? Will you feel like, okay, your husband is being, acting also emotional?
My thing is, over all these years, has he ever inquired about how much she earns?
As far as is your word, you tell me, okay.
Exactly. So that means that in this marriage, to him, how much she earned or whatever she was bringing to the house had never been a problem. Why is it a problem now? The fact that I use this to acquire something? Does that make sense?
Well,
it was never a problem, was it? How much I was earning, what I was using my money for was never a problem, right?
But then it is a problem when it becomes marriage, because we are in this together. We are building a family. If you in debt, if you have a debt, two people have to come together and in marriage, right? It is not your problem, as you say. Once you're married, your problem is my problem. My joy is your joy. Yeah. So in such a situation, the man is wanting else. The woman is saying, "Oh, I'm going to change the name and all that." Think if you ever find yourself in that situation, what would you do? Are you going to ask for a divorce? Are you going to leave? And how is even your trust going? How are you going to regain your trust in your wife?
You see, this situation is very, very serious, but at the same time has a certain moral lesson for everybody to learn. The seriousness of the matter is this. What if the man had died, maybe a natural death, before knowing all of this? It would have been wasted efforts by the lady, since she said she was doing all this for the family, right?
For her family.
For her family, not her nuclear family, her extended family.
For her, yeah.
It even makes the situation even worse. You understand? It makes it worse. It explains the fact that she did not have the man in mind, and you said the man is malicious, but I think
the woman is malicious.
Yes,
morally.
I mean, exactly.
But
So
legally, she's not.
she still is. You see, the fact is, if you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy. He's actually living with his worst enemy without knowing. You understand? She might have good intention for her family, her extended family. They are happy she's doing it for them, right? But her nuclear family is suffering as a result of that. And the man whom she claims she is one with is the one most suffering from all of this thing. And that makes her very, very evil. You understand? And one hero can be a villain to another person. That's the kind of role she's playing now. She's a hero to her extended family, but she's a villain to her husband. So the fact is that if I were the husband and I realize this, obviously I'll take her to court. I'll take her to court. This is not the time to change name and all that. If I had died, you would still have gone on with the properties and all that, and it would have been in the name of your extended family. What is worse is, what if she dies? How would the children or the child living also benefit from those things? We've had situations where extended families would throw out children from their parents' homes and all that. Has she thought of all of this? I would have taken her to court, and then we will take that property back. And once we take it back, or we split it, I'll take my share out of that and do whatever I want to do with it. Because definitely my money has been part of that building.
Now, before we wrap up this conversation, your advice to couples, who find themselves in this situation, whether to leave or to stay, or whether to get a plan B or not to get plan B, generally. I'm going to start with you.
Well, for me, before you get to that end, before you get there, I will advise that first off, try and solve the problem of trust. All right? Start with the little things, from the password, from the phone issues, from the gossip issues, from the secret issues. The more you open and then you disclose, because of self-disclosure. So if both of you expose yourselves to what can you tell me about the deep things about yourself? What can I tell you about the deep things about myself, my fears, my worries, and all those? If you're able to have that self-disclosure going, the more we do that, the more the trust is built. Okay. And so if you decide to take any action in future, you definitely will put a thought to what I would think about it before you even take any action. Okay. And moreover, let's be good to our partners so that when they are doing something, they will have us in mind and it will be in a good way.
So be good to your partner, then they also include you in their plans.
Yeah.
And as your final words?
Well, I think communication would really have to be key. Do whatever you can to know the person you're about to settle with if you decide to take that step, right? Also for women, please know the law. Don't leave the nuances of, I love him so much, whatever. I always say love is not blind. Love enlightens you. It's only people who think love is blind that when things are going on, when bad things are going on in a relationship, they don't see them. Like you don't pay attention to your partner anymore to an extent that you don't see that things are worrying them. That is love being blind. That's not healthy love. You want to build a healthy life, and that's based on, or the foundations has to be effective communication, transparency. Do not settle for what you know that you don't like just because you want to be in a marriage or you want to be in a relationship. Then 5 years, 10 years down the line, you've got problems with it, and this person is understanding you. You were okay with it like 5 years ago or 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden you want to change the rules. be truthful with yourself, be transparent in this relationship, make sure that you know this person well enough. If you cannot be that secured, know the law, know what happens if always be prepared for the worst, I think.
Okay.
I mean, pray and whatever, but also know that things could go wrong. Right. And be prepared for it.
All right. So to wrap up, I'll just say this few words. Life is simple, life is short, things are not complicated. And once you enter into a marriage, know the rules that govern that institution. If you are not willing to be open, to be transparent, to share your properties, then I don't think marriage is for you. Because if I'm bringing in my all and then you want to play smart and then my trust is broken, that's how a lot of women end up, being heartbroken. They're on the streets and then they look very miserable. Marriage is simple. You have to be open to your partner. And if you think this person is not deserving to know your properties, to know the things you've acquired, then they are not the right person. It's better you wait until when you are free and when you are okay, you trust in a human, then you can say you are getting married. So please, don't enter into marriage and then you are playing your cards like, oh, I'm doing this alone. It's for better, for worse. The two shall become one. Yeah, so we did today's conversation. We had it here at the Andy's Barber Studio, located at the Legon City Mall. When you walk in here, you get great haircut. Now, so if you're a guy, you want to look good, I don't know, for that big date, for that big cut, you want to make a bold statement, I say that you come to Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. They have pedicure, they do facials, they do braiding for my ladies too, so you can walk in anytime. So I did this with Anastasia Okai. She's a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl Foundation, and then Victor Wellrich. Yes, Victor, he is the senior accounts manager at Benchmark Marketing. Thank you very much, guys, for coming. I just want to put out your social media hand if you want to reach out to you.
Yeah, at Victor Wellrich.
Wellrich, across all social.
Yeah.
And as you?
Yeah, Anasika_anymore.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with another exciting conversation here on Moons and Cuddles. I am Paula Amabuni. Thank you very much and see you on the next episode.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Constituency. We have some MP attend funeral and they keep them, some in development, some in other aspects. So what's the one key thing you think has kept you going?
There are several, but essentially I'm kept there because of the vision I have for the community. I'm kept there because they see what I do for them. They see the education I try to project in the lives of the people, the physical construction work I lobby to be sent there, the schools, the clinics and hospitals, and etc., etc. Several things that come into being in the community because I have shown interest in. Presently, you find that a clinic is being put up there through my instrumentality. 2 schools will be put up there in the next few within this year. We have water facilities brought into the community through boreholes. You have repairs of broken down water systems taking place. You have clinics that I'm rehabilitating, in focus. You have school sponsorship, education sponsorship taking place. It's a place that my being there turn attention to the place, and that's what is required of a member of parliament. Sometimes it must not be me as a person doing the job, but through my instrumentality, things are happening. And it is critical for every representation in parliament, and for which reason I still see the community, see me as their best choice at every point in time.
Thought it wise to do this collaboration. Somebody might also come, put in some money, do some big investments about anything Sarkodie wants to do, so that on also bit me tap it into Safi and leverage, and then here you are saying nonsense.
Hello and thanks for joining us for the maiden edition of eForum on GhanaWeb TV for the year 2023. I'm sure you missed that. Yes, we are back, and today we're having a conversation on Sarkodie's song. Okay, so on Bob Marley's song that features Sarkodie, which has actually been a topical issue, and that's because Black Rasta has been fighting almost everyone that passes a comment on his statement on why the Bob Marley's family decided to have this collaboration. This is what we are going to talk about today on the show eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantepa, yes, Medina Sesai. I'm here with Olele Salvador. He is a journalist with 3 media networks, and then Vida Duchumwa is also a journalist. And Bakuniede. Thanks for joining me on the show today.
You're welcome.
So, for me, I think, how did I even hear of the song? Through a tweet. Either Olele or Kwame Dazi, one of you first tweeted the song, and then I got to know about it. So I was eager to hear the song, and when I listened to it, well, I think it was a good song. I don't know about you. Vida, was it?
For me, I was happy about the Ghanaian factor, the Sarkodie factor that was added to the whole piece. At first, I was like, why this collaboration? Why this time? But then, maybe I we want Ghana music to go out there, and these are some of the channels I think say we are say aye mediocre, aye anyhow collaborations into the real import of so when you be a cabo mayenyum na you're relegating it to the background because the reason why you want to collaborate with someone is say a bit properly wonyum to the next level. Into if it's a inter-regional, not say inter-country collaboration, you are looking at leveraging on Nippon popularity will be free, you can get something out of it. But Oceana Yonko studio Chalean Cambo BBA. So originally Nayana mostly any plan bia why we are collaborating with Obi and how I'll be leverage on Nippon a popularity so a faso a bebro. So me quickly my Jane Koho said this is a big hit for Ghana. If anybody wants to know, because recently I think Shatta etu Kwanye Buzan said Ghana ye jana ye kase den enyom ya. He says he couldn't ID one thing Inti se obianti ye din Dakar send your football edi akọ places I was thinking so obia or Bob Marley assembly will listen to this song and know say oh there's a certain country a friend of Ghana, there's a certain artist a friend of Sarkodie or your tongue twisting the reggae melodies now to assume. So the honor me focus I didn't really think say it was going to bring about Bruha Habia instead of Shatta and Beyonce. I mean na enshada in terms of genre of music, but we celebrated it. I was all for the celebration until I saw people tweeting here and there. Black Rasta minim say on Bob Marley and Musini or Ghana. How I don't know what his problem was. I was firing left, right, center. I mean, it's as focus now shifted from say who say, well, this is a total celebration. I was seeing was a Ghana music a drum pempen so be even Mali Bushia for cry recognizing I feel that baby. And I think he's enjoying it because a man for corner repertoire mo ekakoshes on okra nyombena why a man in yasa locus now they can be our can na Chinese song be
Africa, the Africa song.
Mean obi language mean disrespect maybe not too.
So, but that song is a good song. That part, you see, people have taken him out of context. Like as we to a hono keke now they can't say
it's a good song.
It's a good song.
Chinese, not saying
no. Ti or say Ghana no. You say Africa no. Bibia ya famro for dear. Any ye dear no. It is everything about us we don't like. You understand? And instead of yebe niebe boye no. Bibia na emrofono to the extent that even our songs we don't want to sing our songs anymore. We don't want to speak our language anymore. And the Chinese have taken over and now we are speaking Chinese song. We are singing their so that is also muntia munko busa stone boy no so mechire putu na se
wow oh see nipa ni one way all question why I be mo say ade na odi chi rap I mean Sarkodie and legendary status no, the delivery why amana attain status no. So if he feels say what people are done for or replicated something on the tracker, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Olele, do you think the whole Black Rasta conversation, his tweet to the Bob Marley's family has actually shifted the attention or how we could have leveraged the collaboration? Oh, yes. Or it is rather fun in it?
No, regardless of however you look at it, it wasn't anything to be positive about. Telling them that as a desecration of Bob Marley's legacy was uncalled for. I would want to believe and understand that maybe, you know, Black Rasta arguably is one of the media personalities in this country that has always championed reggae music with all the platforms he's found himself on, you know, from wherever it was, xylophone to class to now 3FM. He's always championing reggae music. But I don't think he makes him the gatekeeper of, you know, who should be on what and what should be on that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we know his repertoire, we've seen his track record. And if he's still going to be trapped in that space where he thinks music is just going to be kept to one genre, then he's missing out. Beyonce did a whole EDM album, and that album, you know, won at the Grammys. We could have said Beyonce is an R&B. She should just stick to R&B. She did a whole Afrobeats album where she put Burna Boy and Shatta Wale on there. You know, so music and collaborations have moved, have evolved away from just being who you are and representing a particular genre to becoming more collaborative. You know, that is what I was hoping someone of his, you know, his standard, his status would understand, you know, because even reggae music as we hear it today wasn't like the reggae music of yesterday. You know, the pop cans and the likes are doing reggae dance, so different from what it was yesterday. So I would have hoped and believed that, you know, Black Rasta should have seen some positive with all the things he said, whether it's to defend the genre or it's to add his voice to the conversation. He hasn't really been critical about the things he said. What I mean critical,
he says Sarkodie is one way.
He hasn't been objective. Rap. What I mean, he has been objective.
You don't think Sarkodie is one way?
At that point in time, regardless of whether Sarkodie is one way or not, that is not the focus. Like she said, when Shatta Wale did a song with Beyonce, everybody thought, how would a Shatta Wale and Beyonce collaboration be like? Imagine if Shatta did not have an NDA and we heard it in the grapevine that Shatta was going to song Beyonce. The conversation would be like, Shatta Wale. Freedom Shatta with a Beyonce. It wasn't going to make sense. But the people involved saw the need to push Shatta on the Beyonce record, and it made sense. Do you get what I'm saying? So regardless of whether he rapped in English, whether it was one way, whether the most important thing is the handlers of his music, which is Bob Marley's music, and the family had a conversation, and they said, according to Sarkodie, he said,
we want you to speak in your native language. That is why we are doing this project. We don't want you to come and speak a language that we already know, which is English. We know you to be a tree-speaking rapper. And we want you to bring that flair on the song. And Sarkodie did what he had to do, and that's it. Case closed. Conversation has ended. Really.
But with, I mean, with your explanation and Black Rasta's posture and the way some people are coming at him, do you think that we are also, so to speak, correcting the wrong with a poisonous vibe or narrative? The way people are attacking him and going
attacking
to
Black Rasta,
yes, going to dig his repertoire and trying to say that. I mean, if you are even saying he does funny songs.
I mean, Tai Chi Church is a funny song. if you're being honest, I remember when Shashamali's Matter came out. It was later, years later, we realized that there was actually a message in that record, because he was talking about, you know, voyages and stuff like that. But you see, Black Rasta is an intellectual person, right? And this is where I like to, you know, just differ away from some of the comments that have come up. Of course, there have been comments that have been direct attacks on him, which I don't subscribe to, because he has opened the conversation for an intellectual discourse. You get what I'm saying? That is why I'm saying that at some point in time, we need to look. The reason why people went beyond the Tai Chi Church to actually look for a real song, and now the conversation has changed from, oh, it's not a funny song, it's actually a meaningful song, is where I want to focus on. Because at the end of the day, you are dealing with someone who knows his stuff. You get me? He has followed reggae music for a very long time, so he knows his stuff. So if you're going to come to Black Rasta, you need to come to him correct. I don't really subscribe to personal attacks when it comes to conversations on music. And talk your facts, come with your facts, and then let's also hear Black Rasta's facts, and then we can have an intellectual discourse. Most often in Ghana, when these conversations come up, you don't really hear a lot of conversations that progress either the topic or the subject. It's often personal attacks, and we lose out on some of these things. Black Rasta has been on a rant, all right. When I saw the first Black Rasta rant on this particular subject, I just thought to myself, you know, there's some people, they are religious followers of a particular genre. It's their religion. You get it? So it's like the way Christians hold on to gospel music. A Christian may not see a Sarkodie and then a Hamilton on a track, because
they don't even want to have the collaboration
at all. So they see it as a desecration to not just to the genre, but to the fact that you are desecrating the whole religion. That's how I see Black Rasta. It's like the pain is not coming from the fact that he was not on a record. The pain is coming from the fact that Bob Marley, perhaps, according to him, wouldn't have allowed a rapper on a record. But unfortunately, Bob Marley is not here. And the people who know Bob Marley well enough are saying that we want a rapper to be on a record. Why? Because we want a legacy of Bob Marley to live long. So that's why we are doing this project. And mind you, this project is not just for Sarkodie. It's an African project where they're getting the best out of the best from the region to put them on Bob Marley's records, so that the legacy of Bob Marley's music will still live. That is what I want Black Rasta to understand. Regardless of however it is done, that shouldn't really be the conversation now. Like she said, it shouldn't be the conversation now. The conversation is, at the end of the day, a Ghanaian of not even an English-speaking record, but a Tree-speaking record is on one of the biggest, arguably one of the biggest songs of Bob Marley's repertoire. And that's the only thing that matters. Every other thing can be discussed later in schools. When you're having a lecture of music, we can now break down and understand the dichotomy of reggae music and rap music. But right now, as it stands now, apart from Black Stars making Ghana proud, what else?
So one person who is a very big fan of Sarkodie is Nana Banamwa, and her
posture.
Yes, her posture in this whole conversation has actually triggered some sort of friction between her and Black Rasta. So when Black Rasta tweeted this one, so Stephen Marley, Ziggy Marley, Julian Marley, I mean the desecrating post. So it says, what's this new craze of desecrating Bob Marley music with this posthumous collaboration? Would Bob Marley be would have Bob Marley sanctioned this if he was alive today? Nana Banamwa replies and says, you are not the only human being on this planet who adores Bob Marley. You are not wiser than the managers of his estate. This desecration placard you are wielding makes you look rather inebriated than concerned. Sarkodie was featured because he is superb. Deal with it. So with this, I've also seen comebacks from Black Rasta to the point of dragging Nana Aba Namoe's past relationship to it. I must say, when I saw that post, so he tweeted with a photo of Osibo the Zara man.
Yeah.
Me who post in the party, I'm missing no this one there, Rasta no force.
This is what I'm saying.
Rasta no force. Vida, what was the first thing you said when you saw the post? Oh.
Yeah, like, to say the least.
Maybe we can say it in a nicer way. Okay, his body is
you know, he keeps saying what he wants to say without giving out the facts. Because when you challenge him on any fact, he says, come to my radio show and let's settle it. But whatever you're putting out there is poisonous. And you could have used that same time, that same medium to spit the facts so that people can understand. You get it? So you can't get the whole Twitter community listening to that show on that particular day. So once you have the opportunity and it's gone viral, now the facts Abatown, so it goes out there. I don't know why people feel comfortable or more disrespecting Osibo the way they do. I mean, the Black Rasta Tiho, near the Osibo Siwa, Obia Bonebra in his own right. I don't see why you would want to do this. I don't get it, and I'm surprised that Osibo all this while no. Why you or shed the air corner? I don't know why I was about IAD. And another, what she said, no, she needed to say that because you are constantly attacking Sarkodie, and it's not the first time. The other time, Obeka said, "My craft friend, he's not as unable to."
He went on a rant.
Just say, and it is him and his mother. If he decides not to talk to the mother again, what is your business about it? There was, you know, what rantes and baby, I know one not in Kofon Tenin Kapapa. Xylophone on. It wasn't that wild. But here he is at 3 FM. Now it's quite wild and he's enjoying the attention. And one other thing he used to, you know, call out Nanaba was the football thing. The Manchester
that photo.
Thing,
yeah, he actually tweeted it.
And you know, you find yourself in the place where she was. That gaffe or that problem happened that she was, you know, called aside, said she should leave her job and all that. You sit in the same institution and you're doing that. So then we begin to think, is it powered by
people behind you?
You know? And one out you want to mind you are also not safe. If this thing turns around and happens to be something like Nana Badie Koswa, you'll be out the next minute. Where would you sit to continue your rant? Will you open your home radio?
But he is incensed about the words that Nana Aba Namoa used. As a word dinner term, bisa. And
she is trying. And there are lots of people who shared her sentiments. It's not as if she's thinking from, you know, space. And lots of people share their experience because we don't understand why constantly, to the extent that you are tagging the family. And you know these things, when you Google, these stories do pop up. Imagine some investor.
Only listen to 12 a.m.
You get it. And there are some investors out there. We are always craving for people to put their money in the arts. Oh, Google now, Sarkodie is not a worthy artist to feature on Bob Marley. And you know how I bet discourages a lot of people from coming in to invest. Because for all you know, because Marley Ebusiafono thought it wise to do this collaboration, somebody might also come, put in some money, do some big investments about anything Sarkodie wants to do, so that also be tapping into sa fame now, leverage, and then here you are saying nonsense.
Let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll spend a few minutes to talk about how we are going to leverage this collaboration, the positive sides of this whole collaboration, even though Black Rasta and some other people have, you know, I mean, according to my panelists, have found a way to shift the conversation. But I don't know, see, boom na Sarkodie status. Every day Sarkodie is tweeting the song. If you've not watched it, go and watch the video. And then let's move on. We are back after this short break. It's E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm here with Vida Duchuma Boatin. She's a journalist. And then Olile Salvador is also a journalist. Before we went on a break, we were talking about the Sarkodie's collaboration with Bob Marley. And I was saying that we're going to look at the positive side. So, yes, the collaboration is in. People are talking about it. But what's the bigger picture? How positive is this for Ghana's music industry and the entertainment industry as a whole?
I mean, I've already mentioned the focus is on Ghana now, because anybody who listens to that song will want to know who Sarkodie is and why he was chosen to be on the record. One other thing I noticed is also the video, the music video. It's very representational of country Ghana. So if you're looking at it now, you see the beaches, the good sights. It's even more representational than already song, you know. I mean, you can sell Ghana tourism sites, you know, just watching that video. And I think a lot of people who focus on that, and then will make them come to see the country Ghana and then delve deeper and know the kind of music I hear, the kind of artists we have, and how we can promote your culture, you know, through music. So for me, I'll stick to the attention that the track has given Ghana, and then the tourism sites that the video also sells.
Olele, how do we leverage this?
I mean, she said it all. Because really, what there's is to say, you know, after the activation of tourism and also the fact that we are already leveraging the spotlight on Ghana. Girl Strip 2 is going to be shot here. Afrogella has brought also Afrogella, Afro Nation, all these things have brought all sort of people here. Idris Elba was here not too long ago. So our music definitely entering such quarters is all part of you know, unified efforts to bring attention to Ghana. But for me, if you ask me, I think it's the simplest way of telling the whole world that when it comes to rap in Africa, it's Ghana.
It's settled.
That's all. What Sarkodie did is just to tell the whole world that, look, whether you go up, you go down, you go left, go right. When it comes to rap, perfume rights, rap, rap that can be put on reggae music, calypso, whatever genre you can think of. If
Like,
you're looking,
they didn't want to hear For You Are on the track.
if you want to get if you want to hear rap in its the finest form, purest form.
But did you like the rap?
I did.
Did you like what Sarkodie did?
At first, I didn't really know the concept of Stir It Up until I listened to the original.
Then go for to serious.
Yeah. You see, so when I took
me
my
who
time-
be am princess post, I love that.
You know, so I think content-wise, and for me, it was a bit nostalgic for me because of the whole Samini, Sarkodie, Love Rocks record. You know, and I was privileged to listen to the record before it came out. So I was really excited that Sarkodie did it again, but this time with a different appeal to it. And for me, it makes me appreciate Sark more. You know, I know people say he's one way, he keeps saying the same thing over and over again. But look at the gentleman. After 10 years, you know, having to still be on such projects, it should tell you more of the person than what he even does. That he knows what he's about, he knows what he's doing. That is where you learn your lesson from. You know, you don't need to actually pay attention to some of the other things that Sark may have his issues, he may have his problems. But currently, we are looking for a striker from our music industry in front of the Ghana national team of music. It's Sark. It's like telling me that Samojan is on the bench.
He says he sees himself as Bob Marley when it comes to.
Shatta also tried to throw some dirt, but he was like, you should clap for Sarkodie. We feature Ghost.
Okay.
And then
that one too was a bit sarcastic.
Yeah,
I think it was.
It was.
I say, no, you know, but if you look at where he was, where he was coming from, like let's appreciate people. Then the ghost thing.
Why are you?
Then the ghost thing come.
You and I, and even the subject matter of the song, right? It's not the typical hardcore. So if you have Lover Boy Sarkodie on it, Black Rasta, what's your problem?
When Sark is on a track or a record that features other rappers, that is when Sark actually goes hard. But when it's like a love song,
Promise featured kind of thing,
he just does it. But if you look at all Sark's rap features, whether international or local, he always wants to show that Charlie, when I'm your boss.
But I think Black Rasta is missing the point, the essence of collaboration, because I heard him say that Sarkodie normally features other artists because he's one way, and he wants the other artists to rather bring the variety to the song.
That's actually one reason you would need to feature someone.
You know,
because that's
so
what you don't have. So the people bring it.
In your quest to dent his image,
you see what I'm saying? That
I mean, so it doesn't understand the concept of collaboration.
Someone as huge or as big as Black Rasta, when you hear him make such comments in today's music industry, that's unfortunate.
Thank you so much for coming. Vada Duchimwabuatin is a journalist, and Oleli Salvador is also a journalist. Thank you for coming. I'm sure the conversation will continue in your homes. Thank you for watching this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. There is more news on our website, www.ghanaweb.com. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Welcome back, it's Vogue with your girl Doreen Havanamabaya. I'm here at Silverbed Cinemas and we are here to watch Kotoka. We will have chit chats with the cast and some people here to watch the movie. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hi!
You are part two.
What's up?
I'm good, how are you?
You look so nice.
Oh my god, thank you.
Do you have any Valentine date?
I don't.
Okay, you be mine.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Chris.
Now tell me about the movie. How's it going?
Okay, so I mean, we just started and people are coming in. We are getting them into the halls to go see the movie. So yeah, we are praying and hoping they are going to have an amazing experience. We know they are going to have an amazing experience because it's a good movie.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's going to happen now?
All right, so the movie mainly is centered around two women of different classes and different ages, and you know they all decided to take a journey, Kotoka. So that journey is, you know, actually brings them to their faith, and their faith is actually what we're here to watch.
Oh. So
you should be here.
And after the show, what are you guys doing?
Nothing. I'm gonna sleep.
After the show, I'm hanging out with you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going.
Yeah, we're going somewhere.
You owe a lot, you know that.
When you look at me, can I take care of you?
Of course you can. I was just passing, I got a glimpse of this pretty lady in red. As it's red, you can actually tell she's repping Val's Day like big time.
Yeah.
So how is it going? You're here to watch Kotoka. What do you expect something so big today?
Oh yeah, I'm expecting something big because I've seen adverts around that Kotoka is going to be a nice movie tonight.
And today being Val's Day, what are you expecting after?
After Kotoka, I don't have any date, so I have to go home.
Ah, you're single?
Oh yes, please.
Auntie, why? And they were giving us condoms and you didn't, you got...
I had one, yeah. I had one, mine is here.
So what are you using it for?
I'm going to dash it to a friend.
Au revoir. The woman of the moment, and it's Val's Day today. She's premiering her movie right here with us here at the Silverbed Cinema. Yvonne, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I know you've been so stressed out, but I'm sorry.
I'm not really. I'm a producer and I'm just doing my job. So yeah. I'm always like this.
You're always like this.
Yeah.
How was the production like for you?
It was quite simple, quite straightforward. The only challenge we had was when we were filming at the airport. But later on, things went okay. We had security personnel at the airport, you know, guiding, helping us through. We had to shoot some of the scenes in Akosombo as well. So when you're filming with people and you need to travel, it's always quite challenging. Yeah, but apart from these two locations, everything was good.
I spoke to Catherine Polo and she was speaking so highly of you. She was like, you know, someone of Yvonne's caliber, she invites me to come and shoot a movie. Why not? She said, I'm going to come back and shoot more movies. How was it like working with the cast?
It was, Catherine Polo was wonderful. She was so graceful. Like I said this in one interview, She came on set really early and she didn't shoot until 10 p.m. She came on set in the morning, you know, and she didn't get angry. I kept going to her, apologizing. So she's someone I would always, you know, want to work with, yeah, again and again and again.
So how are you feeling today?
I feel so blessed. Even if I don't have the chance to watch the movie and I've been able to make it to the red carpet with the great Yvonne Nelson and Majid and all the cast, I feel so blessed.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's not easy.
It's not easy because it's like you really did well, and Yvonne said she's proud of you.
And she can't wait to work with me again. She says she will call me 10,000 times to work with me. Yeah, she knows it's Polo, and Yvonne didn't audition me before because she knows what I'm capable of. So you should know how it goes, and she respects herself. Yes, so she put some respect on my name. Even to cast me, she has put in a lot of respect on my name, and everyone is the pepper people because they didn't see it coming.
What brought you here today?
I'm here to support Yvonne. I'm just here to have fun and also support her because I love her from afar. She's not a friend, but I love her.
So I'm currently here with Ekyapi Polo's mother. She's here to support her daughter because she was a cast in Kotoka. Ma, it's say. It's the birthday and the movie all play.
And now, she may not be more. You better call. I could do the Chilean on no my baby.
Ma, say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's so no banamose.
It's our. Send me an ame no. Share. What is akukwa wo kotoda?
Davi. Akukwa wo
akukwa nti anse na ma wo meba no. Sabe pepe. Senior tisana mswiti.
Personally, I'm a police officer, and then in the movie too, I had the opportunity to play as a police officer.
So no wonder today you decided to go a little off, you know, your duty.
Yeah. So I had to join the process to come and enjoy the movie, and that is what inspired me to.
I really love your outfit. I don't know what inspired it today.
What inspired what?
Yeah, your outfit.
My outfit?
Yeah.
Kotoka.
Kotoka did. Can you actually tell me why Kotoka actually inspired this?
So my designer said, you know what? Let me get you something that's very Nigerianish. Oh. You know, so you can show Ghana people like Nigerians can dress.
What do you think about the movie premiere here and how it's going?
Oh well, it's fantastic. It's my first one. I mean, I've been attending premiere, but not as an actor. This is my first time. So I'm a new
that's your first time shooting a movie?
Yes.
And how did it make you feel being part of a great production like this?
How did I become?
How did it make you feel?
It makes me feel very good, and like I have achieved my dream, what I've been looking for.
It's a day of love, and I feel like it's the perfect day to see what we made, yeah? Well, it's all about love, so we're here to spread the love.
And you were a cast for Kotoka?
Yes, I'm one of the cast.
What was your role in the movie?
Yeah, I'm Naya Essel. I am the troublemaker in a sense. I'm in trouble.
You actually look like an angel.
Thank you so much.
And what was your role?
Well, I was an investigative journalist, so.
You actually look it. I'm a journalist and I see you and I'm like, oh, okay. If you're not a police, probably a journalist.
Oh, yeah.
From here, where are you guys going?
Well, just more work, more blessings, more opportunities. It's all coming our way. We've been in the industry for a while, so we're time to work.
Wow, I feel this is gonna be like a boom for you guys.
Yeah.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted an instant charges. Extinguishing and so unbeatable. Wish me promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
we have some MP attend funeral and they keep them, some in development, some in other aspects. So what's the one key thing you think has kept you going?
There are several, but essentially I'm kept there because of the vision I have for the community. I'm kept there because they see what I do for them. They see the education I try to project in the lives of the people, the physical construction work I lobby to be sent there, the schools, the clinics and hospitals, and etc., etc. Several things that come into being in the community because I have shown interest in what they do and want to keep doing what they want. But essentially it's the visibility, making Wa Central visible through me, getting people to know that there's a place called Wa Central and focus is on them, for them to develop the community, for us to develop the community. Even as a member of parliament in opposition, I still try to get people vision, to see the community or the constituency as a place to go and as a place to invest. That's how come several things are happening there.
Can you give us some of the things?
Presently, you find that a clinic is being put up there through my instrumentality. 2 schools will be put up there in the next few, within this year. We have water facilities brought into the community through boreholes. You have repairs of broken down water systems taking place. You have clinics that I'm rehabilitating, in focus. You have school sponsorship, education sponsorship taking place. It's a place that my being there turn attention to the place, and that's what is required of a member of parliament. Sometimes it must not be me as a person doing the job, but through my instrumentality, things are happening, and it is critical for every representation in parliament, and for which reason I still see the community, see me as their best choice at every point in time.
Podium, the Honorable Minister to make a statement, and after he's done with the statement, we'll take questions from you. Minister, please join me.
Thank you very much, Kojo. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, let me thank you for this pleasant opportunity to address you on the shortage of some childhood vaccines in the country and matters arising and the outbreak of measles in the WHO thing. And the outbreak of measles in the northern region. The Minister of Health has been seriously concerned about the shortage of some childhood vaccines and their effect on the vaccination program in the country. This is a major source of worry for the ministry, partners, caregivers, and the population. We are aware of the implications of the shortages, including disease outbreaks and effects on child survival. The expanded program on immunization, EPI, has been a flagship disease control program in the country and arguably one of the best programs, if not the best, in the sub-region, with high coverage levels of over 95%. We have an established system for forecasting, procurement, supply, and distribution of routine vaccines and monitoring their use. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is true that we have had some vaccine shortages in the country since the last quarter of 2022. The vaccines in short supply are BCG, measles, rubella, and oral polio vaccine, OPV. This shortage is nationwide. The recent shortage in vaccines for measles, as regrettably as it is symptomatic of the steady global decline in measles vaccination since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And permit me to quote from a WHO recent publication on the subject that puts the challenge we are dealing with into perspective. And I will quote: measles vaccination coverage has steadily declined since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, a record high of nearly 40 million children missed a measles vaccine dose. 25 million children missed their first dose, and an additional 14.7 million children missed their second dose. A joint publication by the World Health Organization and the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports. This decline is a significant setback in global progress towards achieving and maintaining measles elimination, and leaves millions of children susceptible to infection. In 2021, there were an estimated 9 million cases and 128,000 deaths from measles worldwide. 22 countries experienced large and disruptive outbreaks. Declines in vaccine coverage, weakened measles surveillance, and continued interruptions and delays in immunization activities due to COVID-19, as well as persistent large outbreaks in 2022. Meaning that measles is an imminent threat in every region of the world. The paradox of the pandemic is that while vaccines against COVID-19 were developed in record time and developed and deployed in the largest vaccination campaign in history, routine immunization programs were badly disrupted, and millions of kids missed out of life-saving vaccinations against deadly diseases like measles. This was said by the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. Getting immunization programs back on track is absolutely critical. Behind every statistic in this report is a child at risk of a preventable disease. This was published on 23 November 2022. It's a joint news release between WHO and the United States CDC. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's Ministry of Health has been making efforts to ensure we secure adequate stocks of vaccines despite this global challenge. We have made all necessary efforts to ensure that despite these challenges, we secure adequate stocks within the next few weeks. It is important to correct the erroneous impression that there have been deaths from measles in Ghana recently. For the avoidance of doubt, there have been no deaths from the recently recorded spike in measles cases. Indeed, there have been no deaths since 2003 in our country, though we have recorded cases annually. Finally, despite the challenge, Ghana's immunization coverage remains among the best in the world, and in 2021, we recorded 95% coverage. Working with UNICEF, we are fast-tracking the processes, and it is expected that vaccines will be supplied in the next few weeks, all things being equal. The Minister of Health, ladies and gentlemen, will ensure that we stay on track with the immunization record and quickly overcome these bottlenecks. Let me thank you, our friends from the press. I thank you for your attention.
Honourable Minister, thank you for that very quick update. Colleagues, this is a good time to take your questions. So if you kindly identify yourself, I will take your question and the Honourable Minister will respond to your question. He's provided an update of what the situation is in Ghana and what the situation around the world looks like, and has also provided the commitment of the government of Ghana in tackling it within the next few weeks, all things being equal. So, I'll take a first batch of 4, if there are any takers. 1. This will be the first briefing with only 1 question. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Awuni Kesbin. Honorable, when you were summing up, you did mention that the last time somebody died of measles was around 2003, or since 2003, nobody has died of measles. And you alluded to the fact that WHO in the past has always praised Ghana for the way and manner the public health sector has been managed. Not quite long, the Director General was in Korea for some award regarding to how they've managed certain public diseases in the country. So I wanted to know exactly when will we be getting the vaccines to help curb what is being in the media space, i.e. propaganda and other things that is going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take another question if there is another. And I think that one, the statement already captured it. The Minister says in the next few weeks, all things being equal, it should be resolved. So I think the answer has been provided to that already. If there are any questions, any other questions, I will take them. Yes, sir. May I also mention that the head of the expanded immunization program, Ghana Health Service, they're all here. So some of the questions, I'll throw them to you. So please get ready. Buckle up. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Akokraba from Kasapa FM. The minority in Parliament today is threatening and disclosing that the government of Ghana is owing the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, that is the Gavi, an amount. And as proud to that, they are threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines supplied to Ghana. I want to find out from the minister, is the ministry aware that the Gavi is threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines?
First of all, is it true? Not that is the ministry aware. Is it true that Gavi is threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines that have been supplied to Ghana?
And then they are also threatening and disclosing that government is owing Gavi. How true is that? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Kasapa, 2 questions. Is it true that Gavi is threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines that have been supplied to Ghana? And is it true that government is owing Gavi? And maybe while at that, if I can add to that question, I mean, generally, what is the structure in terms of payment of Gavi and all of these alliances, etc.? Do we pay in advance or do we have, credit lines, whatever? So that if somebody says you are owing, it's understood in a particular context. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Noble. I work with TV3. Please.
Hi,
I'd
Noble.
like to ask these questions. This has gone on for about 6 months, so you mentioned the last quarter of 2022. My first question is, what are the plans for sustainability so that we don't find ourselves in this situation in the coming years? And then just to clarify, is the minister saying that the vaccine shortage is also as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19? And then my last one is more personal, that how does the minister feel when he sees, mothers scared for the lives of their babies because there are no vaccines for them? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the second matter, I'd like to deal with it right now. The minister has not said that it is because of the outbreak of COVID-19. He did not say that. I'm sure you all heard the statement. We'll make a copy of the statement that he read available to you in hard copy and in soft copy. He has not said that it is because of the outbreak of COVID-19. He has given an explanation of what the global situation is and what the Ghanaian situation is, so that as you report to your audiences, you can contextualize what the situation is. So, Minister, the other 2 questions will be, what are the plans for sustainable supply? Ghana Health Service, I want to throw that question to you. What are the plans for sustainable supply of vaccines moving forward? We understand the global nature of the situation, but what are the plans for sustainable supply moving forward? Minister, there's a question to you personally. How do you feel when you hear people's pain and worry and cry that this may be something a bit more dire than we are imagining? So I'll bring that one to you. The second one, please permit me, I have struck it down because I think it's clear what was said. Yes, sir. Yes, oh, sorry, madam, sorry. Just wait for the microphone so that those at home can hear you.
So during the minority,
your name, please.
My name is Agnes. I report for the Chronicle.
Agnes
So
Chronicle.
during the minority presser, they also indicated that the National Insurance Authority has said an amount of 72 million that was released for the purchase of vaccines has been released to the ministry. So I want to find out how true is that. If it is true, then I would really like to know the cause of the shortage of the vaccine, because you are saying it is not as a result of the COVID-19. And if it is also not as a result of financial issues, then what actually is the cause? Thank you.
Very well. I'll take a final one from the back.
Honorable Pastor, good evening.
Yeah.
The family Pokumi Free Kingdom FM. Pastor, my question back here, figures, if you say, Honorable, finish with the number of cases recorded so far, Measles, no? If you record, they say 100, if you say 120, to it's my exact figures.
Ghana Health Service. I'm sure you can help us with the statistics. Yes, okay. Thank you. So Ghana Health Service, first let me take responses to these ones and then I'll come back for another one. Ghana Health Service, if you can give us a status update on the number of cases so far. And maybe while at that, if there's some general trend analysis you can give us over the years, it will be helpful so that we can contextualize what we are talking about. There's also a question. There's a suggestion that the NHIA says that they have released some money for the purchase of vaccines. Honorable Minister, you may want to tell us where is that money? Has it gone to the necessary supply platforms or not? Noble had 3 questions. I struck down 1, which is now leaving 2. Plans for sustainable supply. So Ghana Health Service, give us the statistics and tell us about plans of sustainable supply. Then I'll go to the Minister, the question about NHIA and how do you feel. And then there's also a question about whether or not it's true that Gavi is threatening to withdraw some 10 vaccines they have already supplied, and whether or not we owe Gavi. So should I take some more questions, or I should come back to you right now? Yes, Minister. So you do the Gavi one, and then how do you feel?
Kojo, thank you very much. This is quite personal. As a human being, when somebody is dying, when people are crying for help, you have sympathy. And everybody expresses passion towards such people. I can't just look on and so wickedly turn my face away. So I feel like when COVID caught us and everybody was dying and we were all panicking, how everybody felt after seeing a patient in an ICU installation on a bed, dying and grasping for oxygen. That is how I feel. The irony of it is that we have brought a lot of politics into this very interesting national matter. Fortunately, I'm a member of the Gavi board. So the type of things my colleague is talking to you guys can never be true. And you can mark it. Because of our performance on vaccinations, including even COVID, Gavi has elected and selected Ghana to have one of their board meetings here in December this year. That is how far we have gone. So what we have, we are using politics to drive people away from us. What we have, we are using politics to destroy this. Look at the script I wrote, the report by WHO and US CDC, the number of countries where we are seeing even deaths. And here in Ghana, for the past how many years, since 2003, 30 years, no death caused by measles. The recent outbreak, nobody has died. So what are we about? Lies or national interest like this? Somebody asked about what we have done with the release from health insurance. These are the details of what we have done with the 72 million. And I'll read. On 29 June 2022, part transfer of funds to settle Ghana co-financing and cost of traditional vaccines and devices for 2022 from NHIA, 25 million Ghana cedis. On 7th October 2022, payment for transfer of funds to UNICEF to settle Ghana's co-financing and cost of traditional vaccines, 10,750,000. Ghana cedi. 22nd November 2022, part settlement of GOG co-finance obligation traditional vaccines and devices, 30,111,000. 31st December 2022, when the year was coming to an end and we needed to ramp up our monies that NHI should give us, we also did under transfer similar narrative, 23 million Ghana cedi. In all, we have a total of 71,861,000. How does it compare with 72 million? Apparently just about the same. And the irony of it is that that man has got this. I will end there.
Minister, thank you. So, Minister has demonstrated to you where the money is gone to, and as he's mentioned, in the next few weeks, they are expecting that they will be able to get the necessary supplies to deal with the situation, all things being equal. He's also mentioned, he says we also don't owe Gavi. We don't owe Gavi, as at now. We don't owe Gavi. And he's also mentioned the global context. Colleagues, will also make available to you, let's say you don't believe him. Read what the WHO and the entire world community is saying about the situation currently. And I'm sure you'll be able to put it in context for your audiences. So I'll take another batch of 4, and then we'll be wrapping up. Madam, I'll come to you because you had an earlier take. I'll come to you. Let me see if there are others before I come to you. Are there any other takers? If not, then I'll come to you to wrap up. Do you have a, yeah? Yes, sir. I responded to that earlier, that had been dealt with. He said in the next few weeks, all things being equal.
So if we could get some dates to few weeks could be...
I think that the minister has been quite clear with the answer as has been given.
We're still here few weeks, and
yes,
that was soon. We're still, few weeks is not substantive enough to give some assurances to parents and families who need
I think the
vaccines.
response from the minister is that in the next few weeks, all things being equal, we should get supplies now that all of those funds have been made available to the necessary platforms. That will be the response from the minister. Are there others? Yes, ma'am.
My second question was not responded to.
Oh, sorry.
I asked that, so what is the actual cause of the shortage? We want to know what.
I think the minister provided that detail in his earlier statement, giving an understanding of what the global situation is. As I've mentioned, we'll also make available to you a copy of that, which he read earlier. That's a WHO statement that puts it in perspective. He will make a copy of that. Please let's make a copy available on the press pool platform so that you, our colleagues, can also get into the detail and then share the same detail with your audiences as well. Are there other questions? You've put it on the platform already. Thank you. Thank you for putting it on the platform. Are there other questions? Are there other questions? So, colleagues, we want to implore you. The minister's statement is being made available to you. The WHO statement is also being made available to you. The assurance from the minister on behalf of the government is that in the next few weeks, all things being equal, we should be able to get supplies to deal with the situation here in Ghana. That's point number 3. The claims that Gavi is owed, madam, the claims that Gavi is owed, I think the minister has responded to it. That cannot be it. There's a question about where funds available are. He's also provided details of where those funds have been transferred to the appropriate platforms to ensure supply. And he's given the assurance that in the next set of weeks or in the next few weeks, we should be getting enough supply to deal with the situation. We pray you to get into the document and then to share the information with your audiences as quickly as possible. Minister, I want to be grateful to you, yourself and your team, for joining us this afternoon for this very quick briefing. Colleagues, we want to thank you very much for attending upon our invitation. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
But Bono is free. So let me try and translate this. Say, I didn't hear a shortage no vaccines a bini system say. Now we be jina ha make us no say me can for kakra. Ni tietie mo and say WHO and the American CDC for I report to be. I say vaccines na yedi ye nkura no yedi wo be yeso so be numa ye wo be vaccines no. And I'm COVID-19. Say manufacturers no ni ye nyina obi attention say echo COVID vaccine so. COVID vaccine we are see developing pa ya sana utilize no very seriously can say compare. Intiama supply chains and say procurement systems in the supply of I disrupted. Just say I can't crack. And I'm saying in 2021 ebano vaccines na say the yankurano esatinya supply chain disruptions. Just we order eba bi ohwa bi kwa enru nsembere. Emma ohwe information be the amayesia. Estimated 9 million cases and 128,000 deaths from measles worldwide. To we are seeing now come because of Sanya Manunti. Nkura nya bi measles no over 9 million. Emma mu be 128,000 efrimu ewuye. Into the advising Safia COVID Nico form no mani bi anyere no ho and making sure say yetumi come back on track wo babia na yewo. Ghana yenya shortages anyway. Outbreaks no ebi abaha. Ba no krepa you mani pebi policies inti bempese be kan okre. Ghana Health Service for any ministry nyina yenya notice record free any of our hospitals, even including private facilities. Say measles eku akora bia. Ohwe enkuntabuma 30 years ni measles inku akora ba kunkura e wo Ghana ha. The last time obi buy 2003, 20 years right to 2023 20 years. Nti nanu die ya asi yenya cases no bi but akora ba kunkura emfiri. Nenya nanu die nkwana yenya case. As far back as 2013 and even beyond, every year biya yenya cases no bi say wo pani no person no yenyo ye biya kakra eba ye bi wo hwa na perform pa ye bi wo hwa na pagya koso. As far back 2013 yet see nipa be 700 and something yenya mu 300 and ayi wo hwa positivity rate na 42%. Say since 2002 afia yenya infections kese pa eno. Enti that is our situation. Ye neka senior binum ekano nipa enwu senior binum ekano. And we are pushing ourselves to try to get back on track. Na ye adwuma. Make us say Ghana, we check the whole world 2021 immunization more. Ye dasro pa. We are one of the best countries that did immunization. Ye coverage 95%. And Gavi looks at WHO looks at 20, even 90%. They mark you well. And we are doing a lot of things. I be correct our impression we see. Inti kakra de beto Ghana fo anim ni sempanifo na awofo bia anya reche mu se yetu na mono dendene pa a enhyere bia vaccines no bi ebedu Ghana ha me yede aye adwuma ye nika abasopoye so we will get our vaccines to work with ye na UNICEF for no e kasa dendendre WHO for so na machiri e pushi sebe ya ye benya vaccines no abana so e pushi inti benya vaccines e de aye adwuma Africa Ghana Health Service for planning. Say immediately ever since Bebano, we will do what they call the ramp up campaigns. It be cover, baby, I come into me, and ye, but you best say, vaccines, no one will say vaccines we short through ye. I will fool soon. Everybody is talking about it. But we saw what I make us say, vaccine no go cry a deba, binum pese, baby walk vaccine, binum fabe manco. Says ya bini hono, one who the outcrier appear. Timestre said, here nti ni Ghana ni bi kasa about vaccines are short. Tiame ya dum ne bi ba. Bia me na ni say enkra Ghana nyina. Bibenya ade no bi awo. Ebi wo hwa e so do bako. Sisi make say 95% coverage. Ni ke say binu mu ma say la adu no hokra no. Bango 2021. Nti no sa no say yare no ba. Wa ngo bi no. Ebe kan na the outbreak ebraye. Ba Ghana has a position ne ho. Sisi bi kan kura bi a yetumi treaty will be emba by empenisa and sisi bisi yemani hakura epim. Madam Wasi.
Minister, I want to say thank you in Bono, but I don't know how to say it in Bono. I want to invite the Ghana Health Service to quickly respond to the two issues that came up for you: the case track and trend, if you have it, and then the plans for sustainable supply even after this. Though Minister mentioned it in the local language, it's important for you to hit on it, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and good afternoon. I think mine is quite simple. The figures as far as the measles outbreak is concerned. I'll speak more about the northern sector where the outbreak is supposed to be. In 2022, we recorded a total of 120 cases. In 2023, as we speak now, we have recorded a case of 33. 2022, the global picture was about, national picture was about 398 cases, and as the Minister said, there's been no death so far. But I must add that measles, because there are still kids who don't get the vaccination, every 3 to 5 years, you're supposed to get some outbreak, and that's why we always organize a catch-up campaign for them. So this year, we are planning to do a mass campaign for them to mop up all those kids who don't get vaccine. As they aggregate, it becomes a big number and they can force transmission. So that is what it is. So clearly, we've had a similar number, higher number in 2011, but that was not because there was no vaccination, but because these are the same phenomenon that brings about some of these outbreaks. Minister has talked about the sustainability. I think there's always been a system of getting vaccination. That's why over the years we've not had any serious shortage of vaccines. But we will continue to ensure the systems are, the forecasting is done properly. We make procurement early enough and make sure that before anything happens, we are actually getting vaccines for all. There are several systems in place. The NHIA support system. There are also the ministry is working on talking some additional probably funding if there's any shortage that to be able to deliver. So I think this is a hitch, but we must agree that over the years we've not had shortage, and that the same system that will be enhanced to make sure we don't come to this situation again. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, so we'll draw down the curtain and we thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. I'm told that we've been live on Ghana Television and on TV3. We thank you for carrying us live. And for the rest of you, we thank you even ahead of your reportage. Thank you.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did a share and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted an instant charges. Extinguishing and so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
from Zimbabwe, Harare, and this is our breakfast here. The weather is a little chilly. The sun is out. The sun is out this morning. We are about to start the day's activity. So we just have a few days here, 2 days here. So let's see what we can do within these 2 days. Today was a movie. Like at the immigration in Zimbabwe was hell. Hi.
Hi everyone. Hi. Okay, I'm out.
So guys, I'm happy to be in my 15th country, which is Zimbabwe, which is a visa-free country for Ghanaians. We are visiting a place called Mwanga Lodge, which is about 40 minutes drive from Harare. Hi guys, we are again Chole right here in Harare, Zimbabwe. I'm at a place called Mwanga Lodge and I'm about to see some animals here. And I of course you guys are coming along. This is how I look for today. I'm very happy to see these wild animals, so let's go guys. Clement, say hi.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good, and you?
I'm fine. They also lay eggs, that's just like the other birds, but unlike other birds, ostriches first lay eggs before they build a nest. Other birds will build a nest, then they lay their eggs in there.
So how old are they?
These are just under a year.
But how long? Under a year, these ones?
Yes.
And how long can they live?
Oh, they can go up to around 30 or even 40.
40
years. Oh, why are you so aggressive? Take your time. Tobo.
You're hungry.
Well, the place started in the 80s, in the early 80s, with the introduction of animals. Hello, Mark. Hello, boy. How are you? Just waking up.
So that's Mark. Hi, Fluffy.
The Mark was born here, and but his parents are from Kenya.
Oh, okay.
They were taken from Masai Mara Game Park.
Ah.
They came here years ago. They were orphaned there in Masai. So lions mature at 3 years. Females, 2.5 to 3 years, they are ready for reproduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's this?
This is a bush pig.
Oh,
Bush pig. It's like a wild pig.
Does he have a name?
His name is Trotters.
Trotters?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 5.
Oh, okay. So he's the only one here?
He's the only one.
I've never seen a monkey this small.
It's called a marmoset monkey.
Yeah, it's not local. This one is foreign. From South America.
Guys, can you see it? This is him. He's so small and cute.
How it goes. Like,
Do they grow big? They don't grow big?
No.
That's their actual size?
Yeah, that's the other side.
Wow.
how many do you have?
These are some cute birds. Whoa. I see some school kids also taking a tour here. We just ended our first part of the trip and we're about to have some coffee. So it was quite a short walk. It took us about an hour? No. Less than an hour. Yeah, about 45 minutes. 45 minutes walk, seeing the animals and enjoying nature here. So yeah, we're about to have some coffee. You're all invited. So guys, we are going for the second part of the tour on this safari car. So let's go. Woo! The next stage of our tour, we are about to canoe on this beautiful river with a beautiful view of the mountain. I have realized there are a lot of farmlands here in Harare, and so when we're coming we sighted a lot of farmlands here, and it's such a beautiful sight. So guys, we are here at the Mvinzi River where we'll be doing canoeing. Are you excited? Very! So we are the only ones here, and this is how it looks from here. Safety first. Got my life jacket on. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Row your boat, row your boat. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is just a dream. Guys, this is how it looks like from here. It's so deep. The bottom? Yeah, you can see. Guys, look at this. So, what do you have in the water?
We have fish.
What type of fish?
We have the Niloticus, the brim. And the bass. We have barbel. We have carp.
You do it this way so that we can direct
the
here.
eel as well.
Okay.
So there's plenty of fish in here.
Are you tired?
Unfortunately, there's no crocodiles.
There's no crocodiles. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's very unfortunate that we don't have crocodiles and hippos. So this is Mvinzi River. It's we call it Mvinzi this side. In Harare they call it Mvinzi River. And if you go to Harare, there is actually a suburb named after this river.
Wow.
It's called Amwinsdale, named after the river. So the name of Vinzi, it means if something is said, Vinza means something that leaks, that is got holes.
What's the source of this river?
The source is in Harare, in the capital.
Mm.
Capital city.
Wow. And how deep is this river?
Well, the deepest point is around 40 meters.
Wow.
And it's full. Right now we started receiving rains and water is slowly filling up. So I think if it continues to rain, mid-January this river will be full to the brim.
Wow.
And the water is used by farmers around for irrigation. On our right there,
yeah,
that farmer is growing avocado trees. So there's a lot of avocado trees there. So he's doing avocado and blueberries. And further down they're doing maize, wheat. Some farmers are doing tobacco. Their source of water.
The water is so fresh. Let me taste it. It's nice.
That's salt.
No, it's no salt. It's very fresh.
So, do people catch the fish?
Yes. In here.
Where? Where?
They fish from the banks. Yeah, sometimes some will bring their boats. You can fish from the boat as well.
It's not restricted.
It is restricted. You get a fisher's license, a fishing license.
Oh, okay.
You can come and fish.
Some zebras on our way to have lunch. We'll come back for you to have a look at them. It's so far from us. But yeah, it's very exciting. So guys, we are currently here about to have lunch at their lodge. It's so beautiful. This is how it looks like. Guys, lunch was so good. It was really nice. It's time to watch the zebras here. They are so beautiful. This place is really nice. Where are you running to? This one?
Wild beast.
Wild beast. Oh, okay. What did you say it's called? The breed between the zebra and the donkey?
It's called a zonky.
A zonky.
Yes.
Guys, this is called a zonky, the one behind the zebra. So I hope you guys enjoyed the tour as much as I enjoyed the whole experience. Special thanks to Clement. Clement, say hi.
Thank you.
Hello, Ghana.
Yeah, so whenever you come here, please look for Clement. He was so helpful. The whole experience cost us $65 each, and it was it worth it? A big yes. If you also want to come here and spend the night at their lodge, it costs $160, which also includes the drive and also the canoeing. So I hope you enjoyed my time here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Guys, I wish I could spend more days here. I've realized the country. Where are you all? See few people. Where are you all hiding? Like, I expected to see more people in town.
They are making money.
They
are working and making money.
You guys are working? Okay. So guys, until next time. What? They are working, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
We call it Kungwava.
Kungwava?
Yes.
It means they are hiding.
They are working.
They are working.
Yes.
Kungwava.
Everybody is Kungwava.
Kungwava. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I love you all. Thank you so much for the love and support. And today, guys, please, let's hit 50,000 subscribers. In fact, 100,000 before Christmas.
Hey.
I love you all. Mwah.
So the water is blue. Love from Zanzibar.
Charlie, guys, this is how I look. The glow hits different. So I'm right here in Zanzibar, Muchamvi, and this place is a very popular place. Behind me is called the Rock Restaurant. Everybody talks about the Rock Restaurant. I'm here to have lunch and also experience what Zanzibar is all about. Everybody talks about the place, and so I want to also experience the Rock Restaurant. So today, in this vlog, you're going to be experiencing the whole entire place with me. It's not too far from my hotel. It took us about 10 minutes drive, which cost us about $10, which I know guys, we could have had it cheaper if we knew, but I mean I wouldn't have paid that in my own country, but yeah, we are on vacation, so let's go, let's enjoy the food. So the first impression here is there are a lot of seaweeds in front of the restaurant. We booked for 2 and it's 1:30. I don't know if we should go or we should just take some few pictures here. This place is beautiful. It rained last night, so it's not too bright, but yeah, that's the experience here. And yeah, so the tides are currently low, On a normal day, I hear here is filled with the ocean water. Sorry. Oh, you can pass. That's okay. So yeah, the water is blue like I saw in the Mamba Island yesterday. The place is beautiful, so I can't wait to dine, and you all are going to come along. So taking the black rice with prawns, 50, and tomatoes. It costs $27 together with red granita, which is $8. I'm not going to do starter, so I'm going straight to the main course. So we've ordered lunch, and it's quite a very small restaurant just on the rock. So this is how it looks like here. There are a lot of foreigners here, so this is how it looks. Cheers guys.
Papadere.
Yeah.
Chicken skewer. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is how my pasta looks like. I didn't expect it to come like this, but I can't wait to dig in. It just looks so good.
Yes, chicken skewers and potatoes.
Look at the way you're happy.
Yes, because I'm hungry. I came for the food.
So yeah, you all are invited. Wish me luck. I can't wait. I told them I wanted it spicy, so I hope it's very spicy. So I'm trying my husband's, what's it called? Skewers. Chicken skewers. It's good, but it's not spicy. I just finished lunch here at the Rock restaurant. It's quite a very small restaurant, so when you come and the tides are low, like today, you have to remove your slippers. So don't bother coming with sneakers or shoes. Just come here with slippers, long jeans. You can just wear something short, a short dress with sandals or slippers. And the ocean behind me is so beautiful, very, very, very beautiful. If I had a drone shot, you would have seen it better. But unfortunately, my drone, it didn't happen. So yeah, but the food was good. Ni, how was your food?
It was good. It
was good. So my food was good, and for I mean, you know, I always say that whenever you are in a foreign country and you want your food like an African, you need to tell them you want it spicy. So I told them I wanted it spicy. I changed my mind to having the pasta, and it was really good. I enjoyed the seafood, and I mean, it's close to the sea, so why not have seafood? So yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here. Let me know in the comment section so far which of the videos has been your favorite. Are you enjoying this honeymoon stroke vacation stroke, you know, you get a vibe? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Guys, the architecture of this place is amazing. The thought of this, I love it. The fact that the building is sitting on the rock alone is an awesome experience. I will encourage everyone, whenever you're in Zanzibar, make it a point, book a date, either lunch or dinner, come spend some good time here, and I promise you won't regret. I had a good time here, and I know you're definitely going to have a good time here too. So until next time, I love you.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is standing cigar coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
What's the one thing you are known for in your constituency? We have some MP attend funeral and they keep them, some in development, some in other aspects. So what's the one key thing you think has kept you going?
There are several, but essentially I'm kept there because of the vision I have for the community. I'm kept there because they see what I do for them. They see the education I try to project in the lives of the people, the physical construction work I lobby to be sent there, the schools, the clinics and hospitals, and etc., etc. Several things that come into being in the community because I have shown interest in what they do and want to keep doing what they want. But essentially is the visibility, making Wa Central visible through me, getting people to know that there's a place called Wa Central and focus is on them, you know, for them to develop the community, for us to develop the community. Even as a member of parliament in opposition, I still try to get people vision, to see the community or the constituency as a place to go and as a place to invest. That's how come several things are happening there.
Can you give us some of the things?
Presently, you find that a clinic is being put up there through my instrumentality. 2 schools will be put up there in the next few, within this year. We have water facilities brought into the community through boreholes. You have repairs of broken down water systems taking place. You have clinics that I'm rehabilitating, in focus. You have school sponsorship, education sponsorship taking place. It's a place that my being there turn attention to the place, and that's what is required of a member of parliament. Sometimes it must not be me as a person doing the job, but through my instrumentality, things are happening, and it is critical for every representation in parliament, and for which reason I still see the community, see me as their best choice at every point in time.